Regular session, mayor and city council meeting, 6 p.m., Wednesday, June 24th, 2025, City Hall Complex, council chambers. Call this meeting to order. Would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Vice Mayor, do me the honors.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. We go into call to the public. We've got 4. Is that off? Okay. First, we got Mr. Mark Williams. Would you please come up to the podium and state your name and address? And you got 3 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Mark Williams. I'm an attorney from Nogales, Arizona. I've been here about 20 years. My address in Nogales is 969 North Grand Avenue, office number 2. At the end of December, I moved to Nogales at 881 North Fraser Street. I'm renting a place. For those of you who know me, I pretty much live at my office, and I just use the rental to sleep, essentially. But I found out after I moved there that I'm getting charged a refuse fee for trash at the residence, and I've never used it. I don't use it. I didn't request it. So I'm coming to you today to ask that you change the city code. It's specifically section 16-22 to allow for people that are not using the city's refuse that they not be required to pay for it if they're not using it. It seems fair, and it seems in line with a person's right to live their lives and due process. Specifically, the section says 1622, authority of the city generally. The city shall have the right to levy collection fees upon such generator within city limits. B, the mayor and city council shall have the authority to establish, amend, and modify the various fees levied for the various categories of refuse collection services. Any amendment and modification of such fees shall be by means of resolution by the mayor and city council. I've spoken to a number of people before I came today to try and resolve this issue. I spoke to Mr. Kramer, the city manager, who's very professional and courteous, and if I'm not mistaken, he agrees with me. It should be voluntary, that if you're not using the service, why should you have to pay for it? I tried resolving with the city attorney, Mr. Estes. I got a very threatening, nasty email from him that if I don't pay the fees, they're going to take legal action against me. So I don't appreciate his disrespectful email, threatening email. So I came to you all today to try and plead my case that if you're living in the city limits of Nogales and you're not using the city refuse service, you shouldn't be required to pay for it. I came from Rio Rico. There's no requirement there that you pay the county or some government agency for trash services that you're not using. I dispose of my own trash. And so I don't want to take any more time. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I have not used, since I came to Nogales, I have not used the residential city service at all. But I'm getting charged for it $20 a month. So I just don't think it's fair that I should have to pay for something that I'm not actually using and that I haven't used. That was all.
Thank you. And you know the rules for call to public is no communication or no dialogue, questions and answers. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We move to the second speaker, Germany Yamamoto. Come.
Can you play a song for me, please?
What do you think, Diego?
3 minutes.
Go ahead. 3 minutes.
My name is Jermaine Yamamoto. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. The reason I'm here, because we've forgotten you, Lord. We haven't taken you into account. That you made America for us. That's why we're here. Because you love us so much and you care about us. So we want to acknowledge you for the 4th of July. I'm asking this group, Father, that we will honor you with patriotic music so that we will honor you the way you deserve. Father, we need your help. Forgive us, Lord. Forgive us. We have not taken you into account. But it's never too late. We have a month to pray so that the hearts will be changed. Amen. So that's my request for patriotic music to be on the 4th of July, especially when the...
You turn off the mic.
Okay. Especially when the fireworks are on. So thank you so much for listening to me. God bless.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Jim Price Jr. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for entertaining me in my quest for some justice, I hope. My name is Jim Price Jr. I live up 160 East Price Hill Road. It's the road itself is adjacent to a car wrecking lot that has disrupted the area significantly. I believe it was a decision that was made by this council to rezone something that was set aside for residential to commercial. And as a result, there was a wrecked car lot that was built right in the middle of a housing or a community. And if you consider from Nogalitos all the way past Royal Roads, those are residential areas. This is right smack dab in the middle of it. And I'm going to ask that this council reconsider what they had done in making that decision a couple of years ago. As I said, its proximity to residences is causing what I believe is going to wind up becoming environmental hazard, where disease and such is concerned, because you're going to have cars parked there, rain falls, as we know in the summer, mosquitoes will collect, small animals will join in. And that's just going to be a vector for disease, and having that in the middle of a housing area is not a good idea. The road itself has been deteriorated significantly. Our cars bottom out. Delivery services providers refuse to make the drive up the hill. We can't even get newspaper service up there anymore. The physical safety of my parents, they're elderly. Some of you may know him, Jim Price Sr., my mom, Odette. They've been living up there for 50 plus years. And, they're elderly now. If emergency response services were required, there could be a potential hazard in the cars or the wrecking truck being in the middle of the road, which I've encountered before, and they won't move until they're done. Their safety is my concern, and it's the most important thing to me to take into consideration when I'm asking that this decision to rezone be made. My father, an octogenarian, had to come to this council to prove that he had the right-of-way to that road. The people who bought the property wanted to cut that road off. It was the only access to the house, and they wanted to basically cut us off so that there was no way up or down the hill so they could put more parked cars out there. So I'm appealing to this council to reconsider that decision. A letter was sent to Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, nice to meet you. Going into detail what the request consists of. And if you should have any questions in that regard, please let me know. I'll be more than happy if you want to make this an agenda item for a future council meeting. I'll be here to speak and entertain any questions you may have. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Bruce Brecker.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Here, as a member of the Downtown Merchants Association, on your agenda today, you have a request for a sidewalk sale. It would take place this June 14th, and it's something that is needed downtown. We need to try to create some more economic activity down there. We have a lot of great things happening down there, but the merchants need to start stepping up and doing what they need to do. So I would thank you to Mr. Joel Kramer, who has walked me through this process. It's been a while since I've had to go through it, and I would appreciate your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, before we go to recognition, I actually want to recognize that we have Supervisor Davis down here. Thank you, sir, for being here in our meetings, and County Manager, Mr. Valdez. Thank you. It's not every day we have city and county people together. So thank you. Now I'm going to go to my recognition. Item 4, which is a presentation certificates to emerging leaders of Santa Cruz County, program through the U of A program. So I was part of their graduation, and I want to thank Dr. Martinez for bringing up and establishing this program. It's a great program. You want to say a couple of words on the program, Mr. Martinez, before I give them their certificates, please?
Thank you very much for the...
Aplástale abajo. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the invitation. It's an honor for the students to be here. We have about 6 or 7 that were able to make it. And the program started up in August last year, and we had a graduation ceremony on May 17 that we had the honor to have the major in there. And the students are being trained on leadership skills in all the phases of leadership, from the personal development all the way to introduction to different networks, social networks, government, enterprises, and they did community projects, so they get involved with the community. The city was able to support a group, and they did a park restoration. So it was a program that really pushed these students to the max. It was a lot of work, and we started out with 40 outstanding students from 9 schools across the county were proposed by us school officials, and 14 graduated. So I really appreciate, Mayor, your effort to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to read the certificate, Emerging Leaders Program 2025 graduates. This certificate is proudly presented to, in the name, in recognition of your successful completion of the Emerging Leaders Program, an initiative of the University of Arizona Cooperative Extension in Santa Cruz County. You have demonstrated exceptional leadership, professional growth, and dedicated to the community engagement. We celebrate your achievement and look forward to the impact you will continue to make. Signed by myself and the logo of the city. So thank you. This one is for Arlene Gonzalez. Congratulations. Congratulations. Next student is Valentina Robles. Valentina here? Okay, we'll go to the next one. Cristobal Fontes. Alina Lopez. Mateo Fernandez. Alexis Simon. Sean Kosnick. Matias Bordois. Juliet Spalding. Elaine Megaritz. Sofia A. Jimeno Pereira. Pedro Arballo. Benjamín Correa. And Ruth Garcia. I want to congratulate all these students for, they even went to collaborate and help with Parks and Rec, and they went and painted one of our parks. They were out there cleaning it. They were out there helping it. I was part of, even during elections, they went through the whole course of elections, how it functions and how, why you choose the person you choose and all that. I think I had two 3-hour lectures and questions and answers. And you guys be amazed of the questions they come up with. But I hope they do what the program is, that it's emerging leaders of the future, and we'll be waiting for you here in Nogales or Santa Cruz County. Thank you. Thank you, parents, because you guys deserve. I want to thank the parents for pushing them and bringing them down here, and all their collaboration and helping them do this. Thank you. Señor Martínez. Okay. Yo se lo entrego. Yo se lo entrego. Es lo que te iba a decir. Ok. Gracias, ¿eh? Un saludo. Okay, now we move to presentations. Presentation number 1 of the audit findings of year 2023 by Clifton Larson Allen. Hello, thank you.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Thank you for this opportunity for us to present our audit results for the City of Nogales for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2024. My name is Jean Marie Dietrich. I am the principal with Clifton Larson Allen, responsible for signing your audit engagement. In performing our audit, we perform a risk-based audit. We evaluate the assertions of management, and we provide an opinion on your audit. Our audit results includes findings and recommendations, as well as our evaluation of audit risk. We work with management to complete the audit, and we work with you, Council, for you. As part of our audit reporting package, we have our required to communication to you, council, as governance. We have the annual financial report, which includes our audit opinions over the governmental activities, the business type activities, each major fund, as well as the aggregate remaining fund information. We also include our single audit report, including our government auditing standards report on financial reporting and our report on each major federal program, as well as a report on the schedule of federal expenditures. Within our governance communication, we have communicated to you that we evaluated management's accounting policies and there were no changes adopted during the year. We evaluated those estimates with a higher estimation risk, those estimates that can be impeded by management bias. One estimate that we identified as having a higher risk of estimate bias would be your other post-employment benefits liability. In evaluating that estimate, we compared the calculation to the prior year, and pleased to let you know that we did not identify any management bias at arriving at that estimate. There were certain adjustments that were not material enough that was required to be made by management. These are immaterial adjustments resulting from change in liabilities and accruals that management deemed to be immaterial, and for more occurrence for the financial reporting passed on making these adjustments. We agreed with management that the adjustments to your allowance for doubtful accounts and your adjustment to your accruals were immaterial to the audit report as a whole. Included on passing was additional disclosures regarding the Arizona State Retirement System OPEB plan. That disclosure in itself would add about 4 more pages of disclosures to your financial statements. We evaluate any past adjustments each year, and we're in agreement with management on passing on those. We did note that there was delay to issuance during the year due to difficulties in obtaining support for the testing of your federal major programs, as well as determining the proper recording for certain grant revenues. And so we have communicated those delays and worked with management to come up with a plan to decrease those delays. Those delays were due to change in employees that were monitoring those grant programs outside of the finance department. And when we get to the corrective action plan, what management plans to do as a result of those delays. We did have material audit adjustments over the recognition of federal awards for more specifically for the ARPA revenue recognition. And we had material audit adjustments over the recognition and recording on your water infrastructure awards. And those revenues and adjustments have been posted in your audit as presented. We did not identify any unusual or fraudulent transactions as a part of our audit. Within your financial report, you will find your basic financial statements, your statement of net position, the balance sheet of your governmental funds, your statement of changes in net position, your statement of revenue expenses, as well as the notes to your financial statements as a whole. We issue audit opinions on each major fund, and we issue an audit opinion on your governmental activities and business type activities. All of those opinions were rendered clean, unmodified opinions, which is the highest level of assurance a CPA firm can provide. Included in your financial statements is what's deemed required supplementary information that the standard setters require to be included in your financial statements. This would include management's discussion and analysis, where at the beginning of your financial report, they discuss the changes year over year and the expectations of what's coming in the next fiscal year, as well as supplementary information regarding your pensions. We evaluate that information to make sure it's consistent with your financial statements, but because there's actuarial analysis and management discussion in there, we do not add an opinion to that information. As a result of your single audit, We performed an audit over your federal expenditures in accordance with uniform guidance. This is the result that really delayed the audit. We are unable to issue a clean opinion on those major programs, so each program was qualified due to the findings. We had material weaknesses over your procurement, suspension, and debarment associated with the Parks and Recs and the ARPA, as well as special tests associated with construction projects that require that certain wages be verified to be paid in accordance with Davis-Bacon, and we were unable to perform those procedures. As well as there were findings over reporting requirements for those programs. I'm going the wrong way. I'm so sorry. Okay, there we go. There we go. Sorry. In performing an audit in accordance with government auditing standards, we also evaluate the internal control over financial reporting. Although we were able to issue a clean, unmodified opinion on your financial statements, there were material weaknesses identified that were the result of your financial close process. And so we've made recommendations to management to improve that financial close. This would include our preparation of the financial statements and modifications we needed to make to certain audit supporting schedules, our material audit adjustments over the ARPA revenue and the WIFA transactions, as well as timeliness of financial reporting. The longer it takes for you to get the information, the less decision-making ability you have with that information. We also noticed significant deficiencies over reporting of your leases and subscription-based information technology arrangements, and that management hasn't formalized a process for recording those transactions. So we worked with management to identify what went wrong and what they can do going forward. So number one, management has agreed that they need more training for the finance team. They also need to have formal processes and procedures in place, such as procedures over the leases and the subscription information-based transactions. And some things that can help with that are things like a closing checklist, a list of all items that they want to do and have it prepared before the audit begins, a disclosure checklist for all significant transactions that are recorded in your financial statements to make sure that they're properly supported and disclosed, as well as evaluating what their current processes are when they're reviewing and performing the reconciliations. One thing that we did note in our audit procedures is the day-to-day operations. So we did testing over utility transactions and billing, cash receiving transactions and billing, accounts payable, disbursements, checks, payroll, disbursement checks. And those evaluations, the day-to-day operations, we did not identify any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses. It's more at the annual financial reporting that they need to have improvement on. One of the big pieces with your federal programs was the decentralization of departments reporting and recording those transactions, such as WIFA, and not communicating with finance on grants and what their status is. So management has identified the need for a grants coordinator position, which they have, I believe, already had authorized, and they expect to have in place in July, I believe is what our last discussion had. That grant coordinator position is going to be responsible for monitoring grants, both old and new, to ensure that, like the ARPA finding, that revenue is being recorded when you sent the reimbursement requests, and that the compliance, the contracts are reviewed for any compliance requirements such as monthly reporting or annual reporting to the federal agencies. They also will be responsible to ensure timely reimbursement requests. With your WIFA grant, that was a loan that was required to be paid back after a certain point in time, and because you didn't have someone monitoring those reimbursement requests, you were required to start paying back the loan before you had requested the revenues. Okay, so that's management's intent to try and get these findings decreased. That doesn't happen overnight. Positions fulfilled in July. You know, there could be communications that happened in 2025 fiscal year that we'll have to see what they come up with their financial close improvements. And that is the end of my audit presentation over the single audit and the annual financial reporting audit. Are there any questions from council or mayor?
I don't know, just the concern that last year we had 7 findings. This time we have 9 findings, and some are in the serious. So I want to know why we get our audit so late. Normally we should have it by spring, and we're over here in June. And the problem again is that it's a repeat of last year, but with a few more problems or findings. And so is this grant writer going to take care of all the problems, or just that part of the federal monies?
So part of the findings were due to communication breakdown between other departments such as Public Works and Park and Rec and Finance, where grants were being monitored by other departments. So having this grants coordinator position is going to increase that communication. And so that if there are any grants that are being monitored outside of the finance department or that are new to the city as a whole, that they're going to have processes in place that it's required to communicate with that coordinator. So last year, the idea was management had to make a decision if they were going to have a outside consultant help them with audit prep and have that annual cost, or if they were going to come up with a process to implement a different financial close, a better financial close with checklists and more controls and processes in place. And so they decided to go the route with more training and financial close processes in place. I think the increase in the findings is due to changes in the employees that were monitoring those grants that weren't centralized through finance. Other than that, I can only speak to what management's intent is to the future. I have only been working with management for the past year.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, I noticed that there's a lot of repeat findings, and they go back a couple of years. And this is the first time I see a corrective action plan. Did we have a corrective action plan in the previous years? So trying to correct this is, I noticed that there was some wording there after each finding that said that it was going to be included in the correction action plan of June 30th of this year. But they're talking about findings from back 2 years ago. Didn't we have this? We didn't have this process before, or is this your recommendation?
So part of the process for financial reporting in accordance with government auditing standards, if there are material weaknesses and significant deficiencies identified by the auditor, management has to put in place a corrective action plan with an estimated timetable to completion. They are not part of the annual financial report. I put that slide in there as the plan that management has presented to us, just to inform council on what management's intentions were going forward. So we don't come up with the corrective action plan, management does.
Okay. And the grants coordinator, is that a recommendation from the auditor, or who recommended that?
I don't know if it was a recommendation from last year or not. I can't speak to that history, but that was in place before our findings were reported to management. for this year, for fiscal year 24.
And then on page 8, it says auditee qualified as low-risk auditee. Are we a high-risk auditee?
With the single audit, there is a low-risk auditee and a high-risk auditee, and there are 5 things that create a high-risk auditee. One is not having your single audit complete by March 31st. One is the identification of material weaknesses. And one is if you haven't had a single audit performed in the past 2 years. Those will all create a high-risk auditee.
And what are the consequences of that?
We have, in accordance with the single audit, it raises the threshold of major programs to be tested. So if you're a low-risk auditee, the coverage we need to obtain of your total federal expenditures is 20%. If you're a high-risk auditee, it's 40%.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Question?
I have more of a
Go ahead.
comment. So in the past audits, you have done the audit prep? No?
No,
Who did the audit prep then for the audit?
finance.
Finance did? Okay. So they're getting more training?
Yes. They've asked for more training, and they've also asked for our assistance to come up with a financial close checklist that will help them make sure that they have the timeliness in their audit schedules, that their fund balance reconciles. I think in one of the findings, there was 5 points in financial reporting that need to be improved upon. And so we can see that they know how to do it day to day. It's just coming and getting the accruals done timely, getting the reconciliations done timely at close, and to have their audit schedules reviewed and ready for audit.
So would you agree that a lot of these findings, like with the WIFA loans and stuff like that, ARPA funds and all that, it's a breakdown of communications. But Mr. Kramer, I believe that you're the one who brought up the whole grants coordinator, and I thank you for that, because there's what we've been noticing is that in the past, some directors tend to do things and were not communicated to mayor and council, or even to our city manager. And I think that it's a good thing that came out, because it just there's a light, in the darkness here that we didn't have. And only recently that we've been finding out stuff that's been going on, and now it's reflected on the audit. So I'm glad, Mr. Kramer, that we're going to have this grant coordinator. And I think it's going to tie up our communications with directors and with the ARPA and the WIFA and the reimbursement of monies from the WIFA. I don't know how that even worked out. So thank you, Mr. Kramer.
Certainly thank you, Mr. Bonilla, for bringing that up. And certainly it's important that we understand that this audit was from 23-24,
Yep.
granted, prior to me coming in, just so that's for the record. But nevertheless, 23-24 and 24-25 audit, obviously we'll be discussing that. And certainly our intentions, as what the council and you've heard, it's certainly important that we get back on a timeline, that this presentation, I will try to ensure that this presentation is done in a timely manner in December, at the latest January. That's the way the audit should be presented. We shouldn't be taking this long. And certainly everything that you're witnessing or seeing or reading about is certainly important. And that's something that I think we've talked about, and certainly the training aspect, the onboarding with employees, the following of processes, procedures, everything that we've chatted about as a council with me, as you know where I stand on that, is getting the more training, getting more processes with documentation is certainly important, and certainly the audit has brought that up. The grants coordinator position, as you mentioned, is certainly that's what it's on for our budget, as we talked about it. It's important that we reel in the directors that were out there doing things, certainly, the expenditures, whatever. We are bringing that back in to you, myself, and the financial office. It's important because as the documentation and the audit will find, there's findings there that are like, wait a minute, the WIFA, for example, that could have been done a lot better. And obviously that's what we're going to be looking at. So I appreciate that, Mr. Bedian, and the council. I know you've been supporting of that. That position is on for tonight. It's certainly important. And we need to look in that direction. And certainly, again, the training is something we're bringing up with our interim HR director, not just for in-house here, but all employees. We are going to start onboarding with that. So I'm just piggybacking on that because you brought that up. And it's certainly important because our audit should show a lot more proficiency. And hopefully that's what we gain for this next, which will be mine for this next year. And certainly it's important that we work together on that. So thank you for bringing that up. And I just want to make note of that.
Thank you. Councilman Doyle?
Yes, apparently material weaknesses is a strong concern in this audit. And you have the type of finding of material weaknesses in internal controls over financial reporting. In that situation, that you found those material weaknesses, can you kind of shed a little more light in that?
So those material weaknesses over financial reporting were in part due to the ARPA and WIFA transactions. So you have findings over the compliance piece, such as the reporting and the procurement, suspension, and debarment. And because you have the communication, let's say miscommunications, the recognition of that revenue also was not reported. So we had material adjustments over the ARPA revenue and the WIFA revenue. But in addition to that is to having that structure separate from the federal programs for a set financial close process in place so that it's done more timely. So that your accruals and your reconciliations are complete and ready for audit.
What concerns me is that even from last year to this year, being that we brought this to the attention of finance, it's a repeat finding. In other words, nothing was done.
Basically.
They kept making the same mistakes.
Again, Mr. Doyle, it's from 2 years ago and a year ago.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just saying.
I know, but I'm hoping you're tuned into this because, yes, you're going to have to, not only do we need a grant coordinator, but that communication, somebody like yourself is going to have to be on top of everything, including the finance department, because this goes back years, 4 or 5 years. And that's too much, you know. You keep, your office or your firm keeps bringing the same findings, and somewhere along the line, we're not doing our due process because it's the same repeat, and it puts the whole city in danger of find that misappropriation of funds or whatever. But we got to be careful that we don't fall in that.
And I'd like to say, okay, I understand your concerns, and one thing management has done differently with this finding report and working with us is they've come up with a set timeline for interim procedures that start occurring in July and August to bring up that federal program testing and to also do certain things regarding the disclosure checklist to prepare those schedules so that they have a beginning point starting in August rather than November. So last year, you know, it's almost like the audit process didn't start till October, November, the audit prep process, let's say. So they've come up with a timeline to have the federal program testing done in June, July, and August, to have their audit support schedules to begin being completed from August through September, the review process to be completed from September through October, so that they're ready for the beginning of an audit in the beginning of November to have timely reporting by the end of December.
Well, thank you for that light. And then again, Mr. Kramer, you were here in November. Did you ever call the firm to see where they were at, or with finance to see where we were at with the audit going on? Because that's when you started really getting the information, right?
Well, the delay in November was due to the federal programs.
Okay. So then that's why we got it so late. What I'm,
And when I started the audit, I don't even know if Mr. Kramer was involved.
well, he was here in November. What I'm saying, I believe you probably looked into it, right? At least to find out where they were at?
Yeah, my 2 weeks from when I got here, I probably wasn't as tuned as I probably should be because I was just in 2 weeks. I started October 22nd. I think they were here about 3 weeks after that. So I wasn't that intelligent and that well versed on that, Mr. Doyle, to jump right into it. And certainly there's going to be findings. Certainly that even this next year, I'm pretty sure there's going to be some findings that we're going to have to get corrected. But that's why you want to get your audits done by December. So then you have those 5 months of that fiscal year to get it corrected. Right now, we're getting this fiscal year is obviously ending from 2 years ago. So again, what they're going to find for this year, I saw from 2 years ago. What we're finding right now is from a year ago. So with that said, whatever I've been trying to do in the last 5 months or 4 months is certainly trying to get some of this organized, and certainly the grant component is one big thing that I was trying to bring in, which was, well, a lot of the findings, as Jean stated, that we need to get that corrected. Now, the processes and the procedures that have transpired, I'm sure we're going to find some mistakes on that. That's something I'm going to work on right this next year to get corrected for this next year as well. So to answer your question, Mr. Doyle, are we going to have a perfect audit for this next year? Probably not.
No, I'm not expecting a perfect audit. I'm just hoping that now that you're here and that you're committed to making sure that our financial department does their job correctly, well, I'll feel a little more at ease to know that at least we'll have less findings next year and hopefully more controls in place. And that's what basically
Right.
the reason I'm bringing this up, because I hate to be quiet and the council be quiet and, not just now I see that you're going to be focused on it. I appreciate that. But, I just want to make sure that we don't go through this song and dance routine next year. That's all.
No, hopefully not.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilwoman Montiel.
one of the most significant responsibilities of a council member is to make sure we have budget oversight. I mean, that's for me very, very, very important. And I take the audit very seriously, Ms. Jean, and I have been asking for this audit for some time now, and it's all on record. And this is not just the first time it's late, it's the 5th year it's late. And we could sit here and look at all the findings, which are 9 of them, including the federal programs, and 9 findings from 7 to 9 findings is not just something that we should be celebrating about. I can see Mr. Doyle's point that some of those are repeats. And I know we hire you to do the audit, and I know you're going to stand there and kind of give us hope and make sure that next year we don't have these findings and so forth. I understand that. You want to keep working for Nogales, City of Nogales. But the fact of the matter is that it's late. It's the 5th year it's late. And I don't want it to be late again, Mr. Kramer. I understand that you just came in and you have so much to do. But in fairness to just the whole process, for me, I'm sitting here thinking that a finance department, and I've been here, I'm going on my 5th year, and some of you have been sitting here too, we hear the same narrative, if you will. And I honestly haven't seen a turnover in finance, so obviously that's not really a problem. What I think it is, and I'm not an expert or an accountant at all, but I do my due diligence and I look at the budget and I ask people that know about audits. That I do. And it just, there's so many findings that every year it gets worse. And for us sitting here on the dais representing the city residents, we should make sure and that this does not continue. I don't think a grant, I think it's a great idea. I also think that an economic, director is also a good idea and to have, but I don't think that is going to solve the problem. There's an internal problem and it's in the audit. It's very easy to read and it says there is no internal checklist, if you will. Is that what you call it, an internal checklist?
Yes, a financial closure.
Okay, there you go. And so, you have to have something in place. You can't just be every year collecting data to give to the auditors. It should already be in place. We know what to give to our, when April is approaching us, we know what to turn in to, to our accountant, if you will. I mean, there's things that should be in place and it's a checklist. It's as simple as that. But I know it's more, thorough. And when I reached out to you, Mr. Kramer, in fairness to you, just Mr. Dole doesn't know, I asked you, about the audit, that I had a big concern about the audit, that it wasn't in time. It's been 5 years. We shouldn't just think it's okay, because it's not okay. So I'm sure that now with a grant person that you're deciding to hire and making some changes as needed, maybe next year it won't be perfect, but we won't have the same findings. The repeats are kind of concerning, and because there's 9 findings and 4 of them are repeats, as simple as internal, like she said, checklist. So if you will, just give you direction. I know you're going to look into it. I know it's a concern to you. I get that. Thanks.
Thank you. I got one question, Ms. Jean. We discussed the findings and all that, but you as an auditor, you gotta have your do's and don'ts and all that, and you have a commitment for the city to turn in the audit by the February, and how much does the firm push on getting all your information? If you're not getting it, why don't we know that you're not getting it, or why doesn't it come up to us that you're not getting it? It's like it's got to be a wheel turning, and we gotta know when there's a glitch on it. And if you're not getting what you need, if it's monthly, by month, every third month or whatever, you gotta have a schedule. If you guys aren't supporting us with that we're off schedule, obviously we're going to be late, and we're not getting that, and you're not letting us know. We can't push. We're the outsiders. We have the department heads, and we have people that are doing this, but we can't help you. We don't know. We can't solve the problem if we don't know the issue. So why have you guys reported all your, hey, we're backtracked on this, we're backtracked on that. Do you guys do that to us? And is there a way legal to keep council informed? Keep council informed. I don't want to jump any bridges, but that council is informed of any issues or any backtrack that the auditors are finding and we're not meeting their requirements.
Thank you, Mayor Maldonado, and I think that's an excellent point. One of the things I did bring up with management, and I was waiting to see how this year went with them because this was my first year working with them, was the discussion regarding an audit committee. Because what Mayor Council Member Montiel reached out to me regarding the audit status with her questions is appointing a member of council to monitor the audit. so that I know who the point person should be. We do require communication when a deadline is missed in written communication, but that's not the feedback that I think this council wants. So my recommendation would be to identify a council member to monitor the audit so that we have a direct, because am I supposed to email the whole council? We work with management, but having a point person to work with that could be informed of where the delays are, that could be told if there's a delay in providing information for procurement, et cetera. That would be my recommendation for this year, is to identify that person so that they, along with city management, monitor the audit and can communicate as kind of like a dotted line is what we call it, a direct communication from the auditor to council without it being filtered through management.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
I think, Mayor and Council, that based on these findings, I think that there is a big possibility of fixing these issues on the next audit. I think the biggest issue, as you pointed out, was communication on some of these directors with our federal programs and stuff like that. And it's something that Mr. Kramer has done an excellent job in bridging that gap. So it is. I don't like when the audit is late also, because as Councilwoman Montiel pointed out, we've been here for 5 years and it's been late every year.
And I think
We're starting our second term, and we haven't seen an audit be finished on time. With that said, I think if we put together more training with our employees, Mr. Kramer gets and financing gets that communication going, I think that these repeat fines should go away for the next audit. At least I hope so. I'm not saying I'll grab a perfect audit, but I believe that the biggest issue has been the communication breakdown. More training, I believe it's great, but I think, Mr. Kramer, that you're doing an excellent job in fixing these issues. So we should be able to have a better audit next year. At least I'm being kind of be positive here, because we didn't know as mayor and council, we didn't know that there was that communication gap with finance. I mean, it's astounding how our WIFA loans and ARPA, when they were doing these projects, they weren't communicating, hey, we did this, and here's the list, and none of that was done. And again, that's a communication breakdown that we've had in the past years with our employees, and I believe that's being fixed as we speak tonight.
Okay.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anything else, Ms. Jean? Do you want to go ahead? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Council. Thank you, Mayor.
Next, we move to presentation on the military involvement in Nogales, working along the border. Go ahead, Mr. Kramer, introduce them.
Thank you, Mayor. While the gentlemen proceed up to the podium, I was lucky enough to meet with Captain Mohammed for the time about 2.5 months ago. They were looking at possibly taking over the armory area. I was really fired up because I said, all right, Camp Little for come back, but nevertheless, it's all good because I believe they're staying in our local facilities and they're using certainly our restaurants and everything else on that, which is all good. Certainly, it is important to notice that he brought his CO, is that correct?
Our executive officer.
Yes. And the first time I met, so welcome. And we did chat a little bit, just so you know, and I'm going to say her name because she is watching. Miss Donna Houston is watching as the Buffalo Soldiers representative. They got to chat with her a little bit. She will be here on July 28th. So we are going to try to incorporate something with the Army and recognizing Buffalo Soldiers returning back to Nogales. So, and there's going to be another unit or division coming in after they leave in November. Hopefully we get something in that, because as a former history teacher, I find it very important that they understand, and they're obviously embracing that. And Donna will certainly be here on July 28th. I don't want to steal too much of their thunder because they are here to obviously describe what they're doing in this area. So thank you, Captain Mohammed.
Mr. Manager, Mr. Mayor, Council.
Thank you.
We greatly appreciate the invite here this evening. So I'm Captain Mohammed Amayola. I'm the Operations Officer for 212 Infantry Regiment. We have our Executive Officer, Major Eric Curry, and Captain Tim Kim, who commands about a 110-person company who actually lives and works out of the city of Nogales. And so on behalf of our commander, Lieutenant Colonel Kyle Brown, we'd like to extend our deepest appreciation for the warm welcome that we received basically on day one from Mr. Kramer and the rest of the city of Nogales. So we are here to collaborate with Customs and Border Protection, as well as conduct just simultaneous training while we're out here in Nogales. We expect that at the end of our rotation here, we will hand our responsibility off to an additional Army unit. And so our goal here, while in Nogales and throughout the greater Tucson region, is to simply be good neighbors. And so we want to make sure that we have a good open line of communication. In the event we have an awesome opportunity with Miss Houston or any other discrepancy or great opportunity to kind of highlight the partnership that we hope to build with you and your team, that we have that open line of communication. I'll stop there. If there's any questions, would be happy to answer.
Anybody? Go ahead, Ms. Parra.
I have a question. How long are the rotations?
So our rotation will culminate in about mid-November. So we were here for about 2.5 months. We'll be here in some for about 9 months.
Councilman Doyle.
All I can say is
Speaker.
feel like you're at home while you're in Nogales. We enjoy your presence here, and if there's anything the city can do for you, I'm sure the city manager will be the first one to step up. If not, the mayor and council, we're right here also ready to help you out in any way. Thank you so much.
We appreciate that, sir. About 200 years ago, our infantry regiment was walking alongside of the Mexican military right here in the city of Nogales. So we're honored and proud to kind of extend some of that history to, preserve the...
Was that there in General Pershing's time?
That's right, sir. Yeah, good steward of history.
No, go ahead, Councilwoman Montiel.
Officer, what do you do like on a daily basis?
So most of our day, especially for some of Captain Kim and his soldiers here in Nogales, is to simply train and collaborate with the Customs and Border Protection and help with their current mission.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, here is Customs and Border Patrol is CBP, and then we have the Border Patrol. You guys also collaborate with Border Patrol, right?
We primarily collaborate with Border Patrol.
Okay, yeah. So, and I know there's the gentleman or the personnel that's with CBP at the port, is that a different assignment?
No, Mr. Mayor. So the station here, the CBP station here at Nogales, just a couple minutes away, that is where that Captain Kim and his team are currently headquartered. And so that is kind of where we spend most of our time. We're not working kind of hand in hand with the folks, the OFO, the folks at the port, but mainly with Border Patrol.
Okay. And I appreciate you guys, I get the questions, the tank is not a good site. We're not at a war zone area and stuff like that. I feel more, we all should feel more protected. I know you guys are here to support and help. And, I do talk with the agent in charge at the Border Patrol, have a good communication with him. And you guys are here to support and do your due diligence at the border. Some people don't like the presence of seeing the military. You guys aren't rolling around with rifles and everything downtown or stuff like that. But and it's all in a good sense. That's what people got to take it. And I hope you guys enjoy Nogales. I think I've seen some of you. I go a lot to the Holiday Inn, and you guys are either stationed there or the Candlewood, and I think you guys are doing a great job, and thank you for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I just want to say it's great that the Army is finally stepping up and putting you guys in hotels, because decades ago when I was in the Air Force, we always went TDY into hotels, and glad they're keeping you out of the tents.
We've had nothing but a warm welcome. No.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
And I'll just conclude and I started it out with Donna, and we will certainly keep council informed of whatever event we come up with, and certainly whatever she comes up with, and we will make sure we invite everyone and the community to whatever we're going to do with that event. So thank you again, Captain Mom. Thank you for meeting you gentlemen. Hope to see you soon.
And I'll mention basically the only times you guys come through town in the armored car or the tank is when you're going east or west to east, and you're being escorted by the Border Patrol vehicles and stuff like that. And it's not because there's an issue; it's just relocation of the equipment. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Port Authority's update report by Mr. Josh Rubin for July 1st, 2024 through June 1st, 25. Mr. Rubin, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, City Manager, for allowing me to be here. First on the record, my name is Josh Rubin. I am the chairman of the Greater Nogales Santa Cruz County Port Authority, and I live here in Nogales, Arizona. I am also standing before you, but I want to recognize some of our board members that are here. One is the city, the mayor recognizing being one of the board members here. I have Jaime Chamberlain, Memo Valencia, and we have the county also here. They're not here because of us, but worked out that they're here too. So appreciate having our board members here. Oh, anybody else? Oh, Scott Vanderbilt. Sorry, showed up. I want to thank the city for the invitation for letting us appear. I'm going to be a little bit respectful of time and try reading this so it's a little bit more, so it doesn't take everyone else's time. But I'm here before you to provide the information from the beginning of the 2024 to the 2025 fiscal year. First, let me congratulate the city and the entire board of directors as we celebrate the 20th year anniversary of the Port Authority this year. We'll be having a celebration at the end, towards the end of this year, where the council will be completely invited to be part of that event with us. It was in late 2005 that a small group of local leaders came together to create an organization that would be able to transcend political lines, survive changes in administrations, and be able to focus on long-term projects. We even had the support of Congressman Grijalva in his time. The Port Authority has never taken a break since it was created and has faced both challenges and opportunities with equal dedication. Keystone among the achievements of the Port Authority and the board members are projects like the modernization of the Mariposa Port of Entry, which was funded in 2007 for design and in 2009 for construction, and completed in 2013. The project was totaled at $250 million then, a project that will be easily exceeded over $1 billion if it was in today's days. But beyond the investment of the modernization of the port, has enabled us to be able to break records in trade, like last year breaking over 404,000 trucks coming into our community for northbound trucks, and over $23.3 billion of imports into the United States, specifically through our port of entry. Other projects like the modernization of SR 189 or Mariposa Road at a cost of $134 million. Our work with Union Pacific supporting the modernization of the Rio Rico rail yard inspection that costed over $30 million at its time. Our partnership with the city to enable the cure in place of the International Outflow Interceptor, or the IOI, that was a cost of $38 million, and deployment of cold rooms at the Mariposa Port of Entry at a cost of $1 million for commodities that require, that are maintained at a cold chain, or else they would have to go to other ports of entry. But there have also been hundreds, if not thousands, of individual projects over the past 2 decades that don't get the same level of attention, but we have also played significant role for the growth of the community projects. Projects like our work with ADOT on the Border Liaison Unit, fighting to keep ADOT truck safety inspections co-located with the federal authorities, deployment of Sentry in downtown Nogales, working with our congressional delegations and customs to implement programs to recruit, train, and retain personnel at our ports, deployment of the fast lane at the Mariposa Port of Entry, working with FEMA on the mapping of the floodplain, supporting the efforts of the city in securing the highest possible rating for the city's municipal debt, deployment of truck overweight permits that has provided millions of fundings for the city since its inception in 2013, and many more. We are grateful to the city as one of the originally founding members of the organization for your financial contributions and continual support of the activities of the Port Authority. We remain committed in advocating for initiatives that improve our port of entry systems and enhance the quality of life for our residents. To be clear, we don't define our own individual priorities. Instead, we strive to define the issues and build consensus around a set goals of actions that is the only way to ensure that we are all speaking in one voice. But principal among those priorities is to convey the message that Nogales is far more than what we read in the headlines. That we are a great place to do business, a great place to live, and that we are critical to the nation's economic, physical, and strategic securities. I hope you'll agree that we have had another year of nonstop activities in Nogales. I could easily spend about the 10 minutes you have allocated for us to update to just talking the activities since the start of 2025. In many ways, it has been a historic period for the border and for the U.S.-Mexico relationship. But allow me to provide some basic facts about our activities in just the past 11 months. We held 10 board meetings and one board retreat. We have submitted monthly reports that have touched on 116 different issues, topics, and activities, totaling over 160 pages of just through March. We have a dozen postings on social media, particularly LinkedIn and X, with hundreds, if not thousands, of likes combined. We have hosted many delegations from the private sector, like the Tucson Caballeros and the Canadian Arizona Business Council, educational institutions like the National Defense University, thanks to Councilman Bonilla, and Arizona State University, nonprofit organizations like the Valley Leadership, governmental and quasi-governmental organizations like the Arizona Border Counties Coalition, the Arizona Commerce Authority, and the North American Development Bank. We have hosted roundtable discussions with leaders of the Arizona Department of Transportation on issues that affect road safety, infrastructure improvements, and long-term planning, the Arizona Department of Agriculture on issues affecting the inspection process and ensuring the safety of our nation's food supply, with special attention to two key commodities, grapes and tomatoes. We have also hosted senators, congressmen, and our governor. I want to highlight that we have welcomed both Republican and Democratic elected officials and their staffs, as we are not partisan organization, and we simply focus on telling our story to those that will or will not listen. At the end of the day, our party is Nogales and our party is Santa Cruz County. We have participated in multiple roundtable discussions focused on trade, infrastructure, the U.S.-Mexico relationship, security, common binational issues like water and the environment, and much more. We have also offered our insights and knowledge to candidates that are running for local, state, and federal offices, and again to candidates from both parties. We have also responded to dozens of media requests and interviews, from our own Nogales International to Phoenix-based ABC 15 to the BBC, from London and everywhere in between. We have hosted and toured a delegation with the World Press Institute that brings reporters from dozens of countries in Africa, Europe, and Middle East and Asia. Sorry, this is a little bit embarrassing, but a bit of a sidebar. We even lost one of the reporters during one of the visits. She decided to cross into Mexico and not let anyone know. That was very interesting. I can tell you more on the side. We have hosted the German and Canadian consulates and put them together with the U.S. and Mexican consulates in ambos Nogales to expand their dialogue. And we're working with Unisource in Santa Cruz on the Santa Cruz North Reliability Project that will strengthen our electrical grid, and with Cox Communications on the possible expansions for fiber for broadband all the way to Nogales. Our partnership with the state agencies continues to be a real asset for the community, as we are a conduit for essential communication to the industry and local government. Our message has been constant and consistent. Nogales is more than just the headlines. Let me give you one example. When Congressman Ciscomani brought a delegation a few weeks ago of 10 freshman members of Congress from 9 different states, everybody thought that the topic was going to be tariffs. Instead, we took the opportunity to highlight that Nogales is critical for trade and a gateway for tourism. We also discussed why infrastructure investments in Nogales benefit the state and the nation. We showed them how our community is essential for local, regional, and global supply chains, and much more. We have grown our social media presence with close to 600 followers on X and over 1,000 in LinkedIn, and we are committed to growing those numbers. We have also worked to keep our webpage timely and relevant for those that want more information on our activities. There is one initiative that I want to highlight, which is the modernization of DeConcini Port of Entry and the much needed downtown revitalization of downtown. We have been working with the General Service Administration, GSA, and U.S. Customs Border Protection to modernize the DeConcini Port of Entry, a project that will cost between $1 and $2 billion when it's all said and done. We work with our congressional delegation to secure $500,000 to pay for a feasibility study that will provide us a conceptual design, define the expansions of the footprint, and provide a cost estimate of what the new port could look like. By the way, the study is about to be completed. But we recognize that such investment will have impacts that will go far beyond defense of the federal compound. To that end, we joined GSA and the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, and a consultant team to conduct the downtown revitalization study, where many of you were there at the event with us. We hosted a 2-day workshop that brought together over 90 members of the community and conducted an online survey to ensure we gave members of the community opportunities to provide. We presented the findings and the studies before the council late last year, results which confirmed the desire of our residents and the visitors for more retail alternatives, diversification of our dining options, increase the number of family-oriented activities, and a call for more information from our local governments on the activities that promote economic development and tourism. I found it interesting that only 45% of the close to 470 respondents were registered in Century, yet 66% of respondents told us that they have changed their border crossing habits because of the long wait times. Century is one of the ways to expedite the border crossing experience. Thus, for us, we see expanding Century enrollment as a high priority. And just 2 weeks ago, May 15th, the Port Authority partnered with the port authorities from Douglas and San Luis to host a border briefing for our congressional delegations. We had 9 of the 11 congressional offices represented in the meeting that lasted over 4 hours. The mayor, Guillermo Valencia, and I led the discussion on Nogales issues for about 45 minutes, in addition to the time spent shared on issues like CBP staffing at our ports of entry, the tomato suspension agreement. We also had GSA, CBP, the State Department during the entire session as well. To do the same thing in Washington, D.C. is probably a 2 to 3 day trip. All this to say that this has been another typical year for the Port Authority. Again, we are grateful for the support you have given us in the past year and since our inception. I hope we can continue to count on your support as we embark on the next 20 years. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. My fellow board members and I are happy to address any questions and comments. I did leave with every council member a list of our last, the topics that we send out in all of our Port Authority reports. So those are lists from the same time frame going from June all the way to April of this year. So turn over to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Josh, question, Ms. Parra?
Thank you for the presentation. Very informative. I just have one question. Is there a reason, or have you had women on your board? I don't see anyone.
We are currently actively working to try getting women onto our board. We have some options that we've been working with, people that we've been talking to, the CEO or the president of the Mariposa Health Clinic. We have offered seats to the chamber, and we are also working with other members that could possibly be there. But there's no reason why a woman could not be on our board. It just hasn't happened. It would be the only way I can explain it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yes, I just have a comment and a question. Thank you, Port Authority, for all you do for the community of Nogales. I know that you guys also represent other border communities like Douglas and San Luis, but you've been focused on Nogales for a long time, and I've been to a lot of activities that you've done, and I just want to say thank for all you do. I know that you guys have other professions, on the side, that you own businesses or work for somebody else, but you dedicate a lot of your free time to the communities. I want to thank you for that. And my question is, where do you sign up to compete for the most influential in Arizona?
I don't know. I'm still trying to find that. That's definitely not what the position I would like, sir. But Just to clarify, we are the Port Authority for Nogales and Santa Cruz County. San Luis has their Port Authority. Douglas has their Port Authority. And yes, our focus and our heart is our community. So thank you, sir.
Just kidding. Congratulations, Mr. Chamberlain.
Go ahead, Mr. Bonilla.
Mr. Rubin, I want to thank you and the Port Authority because you did support a lot when the National Defense University was down here, and they actually look forward from hearing from you guys. So thank you. Thank you for supporting these 53 international students that come down here every year.
It's an honor. It's definitely an honor.
Thank you. Ms. Montiel, go ahead.
Hi, neighbor.
Hi.
Didn't know he was my neighbor. So, I really like your progressive leadership because I think that we're at a time now where we need to start thinking outside the box. We need to start being really creative. And it sure looks like you're being very creative. You're collaborating with different entities across the state of Arizona. And one question I have, because we go out there and we listen to our constituents, we read what they have to say, what they have to write, and so forth, right? It's part of being a public official. So one of the funds that we allocate to you, to your agency is the $50,000. And I have seen the work that you have done, and by attending some of the meetings, by listening to them, and certainly by looking at your minutes that you give to the city of Nogales. Do you have a different idea aside from, we allocating these $50,000, which is, in the scheme of things, $50,000 is $50,000 taxpayers' money. Do you feel that there might be maybe an opportunity to have a conversation about maybe having a position where we could maybe partner in terms of an economic development department or a person? That's been one of the things that's come across, some of the conversations I have with people. We know it's not a secret that the city of Nogales needs to move forward and quickly. We are behind. We know that. We need to partner we are partnering with the Chamber of Commerce. We've been partners with you all, but we also need to do something different. I don't have the answers. If I did, it would be amazing. I just don't. You're doing your part. It's evident, and I commend you. Like I said, you're very progressive. But perhaps later on we can have some conversations, certainly with the city manager, that's who runs the city, about perhaps being more creative about how we can partner in creating that missing piece of the puzzle. And that is to bring industry into Nogales. We say it, we hear it, we talk about it, but we obviously are not there. And maybe we could have further conversations with, the city manager and you all, and we can come back to the dais and maybe have a study session about how we could be more creative in partnering with you to deal with that one issue that we have is how do we bring people to Nogales, these businesses to Nogales? And how do we have people stay here in Nogales? How do we open our doors? And it's not your problem, it's our problem, to those people that should or want to come and do business to Nogales, making it friendlier and developing a process that's a lot easier, to open a business here. And I know that Mr. Kramer and we all have talked to him about it. So I just wanted to, it's just a comment, but thank you for your progressive leadership. I really commend you because I know it's a lot of work, and it's like Ana says, you have or somebody said here, you have your own job to do. And so I really appreciate that. Thank you.
On that point, Councilwoman Montiel, would love to have the dialogue, would love to have the conversation. We're completely open. And I would have to say, it isn't just your problem. I have an 11-year-old daughter and a 9-year-old son. It's my problem as well. I want my kid to stay here as well. I love this community. So yes, we would love and be open to have that conversation.
Thank you. Mr. Kramer, you want to say a couple words?
Thank you, Josh, and thank you for bringing the board. Certainly the email that we exchanged a couple weeks ago, it was important. And I'm glad that your influence and what you're continuing doing as a group that, as Ms. Montiel said, that we support both the Port Authority and Chamber as our extensions of what you're doing for the community and the county, of course. It's important. So thank you for the presentation. Certainly the partnership will continue. Hopefully we keep building upon that, working together. And certainly I know the council would like to hear more from the groups, both the chamber and probably the Port Authority. We could probably make it a quarterly presentation. I know we said yearly, but certainly quarterly would be certainly important to start that working relationship. So thank you again, Josh. Great presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Josh, and thank you, everybody from the Port Authorities for coming down and being present. Thank you. Next, we move to item number 4, Palo Duro Golf Foundation update report. Mr. Arana.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving the Palo Duro Creek Foundation the opportunity to update you all. I saw that we have a limited time, so I'll summarize and try and be efficient as I can. But in the last year, the foundation has worked with the city to help improve the golf range that the city opened in Meadow Hills. And thanks to generous donations from the community, the foundation has been able to donate lights and new range balls, items worth over $10,000 just to help improve what's being done there. And the foundation has also been working with some of the leading golf construction and management companies to get estimates for reconstructing the golf course and for creating an operating budget for the course itself. And those are still in the works, and once those are finalized, we'd love to share them with Mr. Kramer and the city for review. But the foundation would like to continue its work and would like to propose a 3-phase development project to help improve the existing range, to manage facilities that are there at the course, and ultimately to raise the funds in order to reconstruct the golf course. So the first phase is the golf range, and while the golf range is there and it's currently operating, the foundation sees an opportunity to improve the quality of the range and the turf and expand the practice facilities to make it more user-friendly and open to more people. The conditions as they currently are kind of limit what can be offered there. So the foundation proposes to manage that range together with help from the city of Nogales. And some of the projects that we would like to do there include hiring a landscaping company to actually maintain the turf and hitting area, installing nets along the left side, which is where the road is, and which is a busy road and where people walk for safety. And then constructing putting and chipping area for practice and adding artificial hitting areas. And then second phase would be the facilities themselves. There's currently a restaurant and a few office building spaces there. And the foundation would like to help manage those as well, together with help from the city, to find tenants to fill the restaurant and the office space, open the pool area, which is there and not currently being used, and adding additional recreation areas for use by all of the community members and particularly youth. And then phase 3 would be to open the golf course itself, which we know would be a big project. But we would like to enter into a letter of intent with the foundation and the city so that we can look at building a 9 or 18-hole course that focuses on sustainable landscape and community accessibility. The handout that were provided to each of you has a little breakdown of kind of the benefits of each phase. But just as an overall picture to save time. I think this arrangement would be a win-win for the city and for the community. The city would obviously be receiving improved facilities, and the foundation would be looking to raise funds through grants and donations to do all these things. So it would create an overall cost savings for the city. And once we are able to get everything up and running, the city would have reduced maintenance expenses, as I'm sure it's very costly to maintain, just to cut and maintain the area there. And then, for the city, if everything goes well, there it would be, attract tourism and make it a destination place for people to come and visit. And for the community, it would obviously be great to have additional recreational facilities and quality facilities. And our focus would be to help make the facilities accessible to youth. And one of the things that I highlighted in the handout is that we were looking to bring the First Tee to Nogales. And for those that don't know, the First Tee is a nonprofit that improves children's lives through golf, and their focus is on underserved and underprivileged youth. And we're already in conversations to have that group come and open a branch here and help establish our own First Tee here in Nogales. And having the range and the golf course eventually would also, allow our schools to use those facilities instead of traveling to Tubac as they do right now, having something more local where they can practice and have their tournaments. And then it would just be a space where anybody in the community could use it, and creating jobs and the value that it would add to the community itself, property values, and just having additional recreation here in Nogales. So we would like the city and council to consider those proposals for helping manage those three phases, and would like to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Daniel. And this is a foundation that we, basically approved back in April of 24. And I know Mr. Kramer have not brought you up on what this foundation was about and all that. But it's, when we first brought it in, and we brought it in to the councils to collaborate and work together on obviously opening Meadow Hills, and it's a monster that's been asleep for 16 years, and I think when we opened the range, I think that was February of 24. We really opened an opportunity for the golfers and all that. And I think, Ms. Kuhn, you just came in, but Parks and Rec has really done a lot of infrastructure improvements already on the buildings, roofs, and all that. Remember, the golf course was leased to the Children's Museum, and then we had five years where they were there, but things didn't work out, so we took it back, and we had to put in some improvements. I know on the outside we've had some events. We've had the Boys and Girls event, other events being held there. There's still more improvement that the city is doing, but I think with the foundation being a nonprofit, it gives the city bigger opportunities that on grants, bigger opportunities maybe on donations and sponsors of collaborating or grabbing support that the city won't have to come out of other funds of the city budget. Yes, we looked at having to see, what's the cost, what's the implication of the sustaining it and all that. I've talked it over with the foundation. I think we got to dig into numbers, Mr. Kramer, on, water costs, who deals with what water costs and electrical costs and all that, and see how, what's the city's responsibility and what could help the foundation. But I think working together would give us an opportunity to have them support us and basically help us really progress and make that thing work the way it should work. Any other comments? Go ahead, Ms. Parra.
I have a question. Is this foundation working closely with the city manager?
Yeah, so we, as Mr. Kramer has come on more recently, we hadn't had the opportunity to work with him. I have reached out and we've spoken a little bit recently. We were working with Mr. Bermudez before when he was in the position, and would look forward to continuing to work with Mr. Kramer. Like Mayor mentioned, it's a collaboration between us and the city, and we will all want to see that project succeed, and we're here to help in whatever way we can.
It's because I was just looking at the updates, and I've spoken to Mr. Kramer about this, and you're doing the same thing. So I was just wondering, so it won't be redundant, to stay on the same page and move forward.
Yes, yeah. We had a conversation and are going to be in closer communication going forward to work together more closely and make sure we're not doubling up on some efforts.
Any other comments? Go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
Thank you, Daniel, for presenting. We are about to approve a budget and in a few minutes, and we're spending about $165,000 in improving, for example, the flooring there, the swimming pool. I'm not a golfer, you are, but it says Groundmaster, compact tractor, and so forth. So to go along with Anna's point is that, the conversation should take place real soon. So maybe, you can talk to him about the budget, the items that we're going to be approving, and so they could be working, you could work together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I think it'll work.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Daniel.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments? Mr. Kramer, you was.
No, we spoke today, so this is the first time I've come on board to answer your question. I wasn't aware of this, so I'll do whatever is the council's direction. I'll put it that way.
Okay. So, I think we could all work together and make this work for the whole community. Like he said, it's not going to be a private course, or private facilities. It's, still working with the city. It's working with the community, and this first tee is open to all levels of, yes, it's more towards the youth, but it's there's no limitations on who can join and who can't. Obviously, it's the space that's gonna rule how many kids go there at a time. But I think it's something that is very workable and very much needed. The communication will be the main thing, and I think the council, we should move forward and continue to work. Any other comments? Thank you for the update, Daniel, and we'll keep you updated on putting it in the agenda on what we work on deciding and making a partnership. We already have the partnership, but how do we continue from there?
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Next item, we move to number 6, financial month report. Financial report by April 2025. Ms. Jean, go ahead.
So, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. In front of you, you have the hard copies of the report, and the reports also appear on the board. So this is for April 2025. So first, if you look at your table A, that is your general fund. For revenues through April, we have brought in $27,254,971, which is 99% of our budget. You'll also see under the revenue side, our shared revenue. We have brought in $8,368,855, which is 85% of the budget. On the expense side, our total is $24,393,543, which is 64% of the budget. If you move on to table B, this is our local sales tax. For April, we collected $1,129,993. This was $358,000 less than the previous April, but we are still currently $741,801 above this point last year. Table C is the general fund broken out by account or by department. You'll see we still have a few departments that are above, but they're getting much closer to where we should be at 83.33%. If you move on to table D, table D is our HERF and our overweight. For HERF, we have collected $2,618,567, which is 101% of our budget. And for overweight, we have collected $334,216, which is 111% of what was budgeted. For expenditures, we have expended out for HERF $2,759,862, which is 74% of the budget. And for overweight fees, we have expended out $45,037, which is 5%. If you move on to table E, this is our sewer. For sewer, we have collected $3,068,912, which is 99%. And we have expended out $1,390,166, which is 59%. Your next table is table F. This is our water. In the water fund, we have collected $3,208,160, which is 91% of our budget. And we have expended out $3,676,998, which is 77% of the budget. The final table in front of you is table G, and that is the sanitation. For sanitation, we have collected $2,516,049, which is 90%. And we have expended out $2,416,071, which is 62%. Are there any questions on the charts or the tables?
Just a little clarification on the 3 charts. We have the water utility excuse me, let's go back one, the sewer fund. On the right top side, you say sewer revenues are more than year-to-date expense by 1,678,746. More.
So that would be our revenue, our $3 million number that's on the bottom on our, minus our 1.3 million that's on
So
our others.
we're
Did
plus.
I not add right?
No, but we're plus, right?
Yes, we're more. Our revenues are more than our expenses.
Correct. And then your sanitation says we're more 900, actually 99,978. All right. So make it rounded to 100. That makes it 1,700,000. Just round numbers. And then you go down to hold on, I lost my page. The other one is negative, which is, yes, the water utilities. That's the one that is under negative 468,838.
Yes, sir.
So we have 1.7 and say 5. So we're plus 1.2.
Overall, between the three, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions on the charts?
No, go ahead.
I just have a comment, Jean. I don't know if you've heard anything about, the HERF monies being reduced in the future because of the electric cars. I went to a meeting of some sort, and they talked a little bit about, projecting the future when it comes to the funding, HERF funding, and they did mention that it might be reduced significantly as we move forward with these electric cars. I mean, I have one. So just a thought.
Yeah, I haven't heard that yet, but that's definitely something I'm going to now keep on my radar. Thank you. Definitely.
Which is based off the gas tax.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it is. So that's why I'm like, oh.
But okay, go ahead.
For business licenses, and this is in May, we had 2,863 active business licenses. We had no canceled or suspended. We had 30 new ones, and we currently had 50 that are still in the process, somewhere in inspections becoming fully certified or fully licensed. For payouts for May, we had 4 payouts. We had one in Public Works for $20,371. We had one in PD for $2,007. We had one in water for $1,285. And we had one for city clerk at $12,520. Any questions on that?
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yes, Gene, on the licenses, on the 50 license, how many of those are new license? And how many are, or is it a combination of all businesses?
It's a combination of old and new. We keep track of everybody who's ever turned in the application where it has not been completed yet. So it could be, maybe it's one that may be a couple years old because they're doing actually like full remodels or full buildings, up to ones that are simply the building's ready and they're just moving in. It could be something as simple as just a name change or an address change. So as long as it's been turned into us, we try to track them until we say, congratulations, here's your license.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Para.
The inspections and corrections, about what's the time frame for that?
It kind of depends. Thank you. It depends on what the inspection and the correction could be. For the most part, if they're simple things, I know it all depends on our building department and our fire department and also our pre-treatment. So if it's something simple, they may say, we're going to give you 30 days. And then they go back and they do the inspection again. If it's something that is bigger, It could take 60 days, it could take 90 days. And if it's something that's really large, maybe it's ground up or completely remodel, it could take even longer. Mr. Tapia would probably be better at answering that question, but from what I see on my side, most of them are 30, 60, 90 days. Some of them are longer due to bigger projects or bigger corrections that need to be done.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
If my memory serves me well, I remember the payouts. I'm just curious, this is just because I don't remember. On the payouts, is it based on the unused sick leave?
It's sick and vacation.
And vacation, combined.
Combined.
So there's policies in place that can be, that are in place now where it only grants you a certain amount of days and so forth, and that could be changed.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So like
it's kind of a rhetorical question. I know we can take it, but that's what you base the $20,000 on this individual, is and it's based on the policy that allows for the sick and the vacation to be combined? Okay, unused.
Yes.
Okay.
And if it's somebody who's been in the city for quite a long time, they may actually still have their vacation bank from like 50 years ago. Not.
Does it just roll over?
The vacation bank sits based off when they changed the policy to what it is now. If people had enough, they had a vacation bank. It sat there. They could use it, they could not. Most of them kept it. So if they were with the city long enough, in their payout would also include a vacation bank.
Because I know that in some school districts and some municipalities, they cap it, if that's the right word. So we can maybe look at that.
We do cap vacation. Vacation's capped at 240.
At 240? Okay, but not sick leave.
Not sick leave.
Also, does this apply only to all employees, or is this also is this just for directors?
No, this would be for all employees.
Regardless if they're directors or not. It's just across an employee.
Across the board. And that's what's in the policy. It's every employee who has it earned, it gets paid out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you, Jean.
Thank you, Jean.
The final bit is sewer and water. I got one more to go. We currently have 6,143 active utility accounts. We have 78 that are on contracts. That totals 67,802. It's an increase of only $702, but it is an increase of 8 accounts. So we've brought in 8 more lost accounts into having a contract with us. With our Valle Verde area, we have 149 delinquent accounts there, which total $340,068. It was a decrease of 3 from last month, but an increase of $5,500. Any questions on that part?
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we move to item number 7, discussion item. Number 1, discussion, direction, and possible action whether it is in the city best interest to continue maintaining a septic acceptance and dumping program or discontinue it.
Mayor, I make a motion to either accept it or discontinue the dumping program for the city after we have discussion, I guess. But my motion is to either go one way or the other, whether accept, in other words, the septic acceptance and dumping program to either, are we going to continue or discontinue it? I make a motion to discuss that and vote on it.
Second.
Do you then understand?
It's an agenda item. You don't need to make a motion to discuss and vote on it. What you need to do is have a discussion through the program and what potential issues and things you see with it, and whether or not it's something that the council wants to continue to move forward with, or make some modifications and adjust for the the permit.
Well, that's basically, any motion you have to discuss anyway. The council can take action or take action one way or another, whether. So what's the problem?
I didn't, your motion was either or. I didn't hear a motion to continue it or a motion to discontinue it.
Well, after this, okay, so the motion is to outweigh whether the risk outweighs the benefit. From what I've seen, it doesn't. So my motion would be to discontinue it.
Okay.
Did I get it?
I second it.
Okay.
So basically now, we okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
I wanted to take it into executive session and to get legal advice on this.
Okay, then if you want, we could table the item to the end of the meeting with the other executive session items, or we can go in and have a motion to go into executive session, or however council wants to handle that. If you want to do it.
Council, I would like
It's
to.
okay to go and into executive session for all, whatever is on, that way we don't have to be going in and out. But that's, again, up to the council.
I would like to move and get legal counsel on this before any discussion or anything, and get legal counsel on this item. So I would like to move it to where we take it with us on legal counsel when we go into executive session with, where we come down to items in number 10, executive session. Do I need to make a motion on that?
Yeah, I just have a question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Estes, you already gave us a legal opinion. You gave us a legal opinion. So if we're going to discuss it in executive session, which I'm not always in favor of executive session, because if you already gave us legal opinion, so if we discuss it in executive session and we discuss your legal opinion, then we can't come out and discuss your legal opinion. That's where I have a problem, going into executive session.
Right.
You already
Can't
issued a legal.
discuss my legal opinion without the council waiving the attorney-client privilege either. So
that's true.
Either way, it's protected communication. So if there's questions or concerns about the memo that I prepared, then we can discuss those in executive session. And if there's specific issues within that memo that the council wants to waive the executive session or attorney-client privilege, the council can waive that when we come back out.
Oh, okay.
So there are ways that, if there is a discussion, a legal issue that's addressed in executive session, there is a way for the council to waive that executive session privilege and discuss it, but we could address that at the time if there was a specific item that you wanted to address publicly.
Okay.
You can certainly discuss what I provided publicly. Certainly what I sent you guys in the PDF.
Yeah, it's not.
Okay, right. That's not.
My privilege.
Yeah, I am not the attorney, so.
So I move to
And we don't.
add this item into executive session.
Yeah, without objection, then we would just continue this item until after the executive session and add this to the executive session list of discussions. So you can make that would be the motion.
So I make the motion to take it into executive session with the other items. Do I have a second?
So
all in favor? Aye. Thank you. We'll take it into executive session. Item number 2, discussion and possible action in-kind support submitted by Morley Avenue Merchants in Nogales, Arizona for an event to be held on Saturday, June 14, 2025 from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mr. Bruce Brecker was the applicant.
Well, I think we let him off the hook. I put this item on, Mayor. So I think he wanted me to actually put it there. So I think he did present it. But what it's going to be closing down some of the streets, putting up street barriers. Juan and his team will be doing that, correct, Juan? Setting up and then taking down the barriers just to block traffic so they don't run down this sidewalk sale that they're proposing for the downtown businesses. So that would be the in-kind support if that's what it is, but it's mainly just setting up street barriers and then removing them. So it's not too much for the city to provide to the local businesses to increase sales, obviously, for good reasons.
Do we need a motion for that?
Yes.
I move to support the in-kind services to the Consulate General of Mexico.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. We're doing,
Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong one.
It's been a long meeting.
I move to support the services by the city for the Morley Avenue merchants sidewalk sale.
I second.
Second.
You have an old agenda.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. We go to 8 orders. Number 1, consideration possible action of orders 2025-06-016, an order of the City Council approving the purchase of 870 tons of asphalt, concrete, and hauling services for the Monte Carlo pavement replacement project, a street maintenance project within the city of Nogales.
Second.
Any discussion?
I will just bring this up, Mayor. Thank you. That,
Go ahead.
as I told you, the council, as we were brought up earlier about audits, this is certainly the continuance. And Mr. Guerra is understandable. He said we didn't do this before, but we are doing it now. So again, it's the change of the processes of what's going on with expenditures regarding anything to do with the city. And it's certainly anything over 10,000 is what I'm proposing that we are going to, especially when it comes to infrastructure. So council, this will be coming forward a lot more, obviously, but this is what one of the areas of the audit is certainly important of discussion and communication.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that's it. Any more discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 2, consideration possible action of order 2025-06-017, an order of the Council of the City of Nogales, Arizona, adopting the tentative budget for the fiscal year 2025-2026, scheduling a public hearing on the budget, authorizing publication of the budget and notice of hearing for 2 consecutive weeks as required by law, accepting a proposal from the Arizona Municipal Risk Retention Pool for workers' compensation, insurance and risk, insurance, property and liability, and a proposal from the City of Nogales Employee Benefit Trust for health insurance premiums.
Second.
This is, go ahead, sir. It's a first and a second. It's a discussion. It's a request for a public hearing, right?
Correct. You do the public hearing before taking action on a motion. So you just open the public hearing for any comment, and then after comments, then you can close it and then go to the
So this is open to the public hearing on does anybody in the public have any comments on sobre esto? On the item on the retention pool fund. We're going to go into executive session to discuss that, and then we'll come back on that. Okay.
This is a hearing for the tentative budget and for those matters related to the tentative budget with the insurance and things like that.
Okay, no discussion? Yes, sir.
Well, does this also pertain to items that are,
Turn on your mic, please.
does this pertain to items that are in the budget for creating new positions that are budgeted, that are there in the budget, or?
No, this is insurance.
This is just for the insurance? No, I thought it was for the budget.
This is the tentative.
Yeah, this is open to the public right now, Mr. Doyle, certainly. Yes, this is the whole budget.
Yeah, this is the whole budget. Yes.
Yeah, because I see here an item for a civil engineering designer
but-
for $60,000 a
Mr.
year.
Doyle, this is the public hearing part of it, so we open it to the public, and then once that's closed, then council has discussion
thank you.
on the items.
Nobody from the public on the? Nope.
Who wants to?
Okay,
Then you just close the public hearing and then bring it back for council discussion.
so we close the public hearing. Do we need a vote to close? No, okay. Then we go to open to discussion for the council. Mr. Doyle?
I will just say this before you open it up. Thank you, council, because of the study sessions. As you see, with the study session that we've done, and we did it publicly, I think our messages were out there. I certainly that whatever budgets we talked about, those 2 meetings, it was certainly hopefully well received and understandable of why you as a council did. So I commend the council for doing that, and for, as what Councilwoman Montiel says, the open books. Well, we certainly did that because and thank you for those 2 days of having the study sessions. I just want to thank you for that.
Go ahead.
Or Mr. Doyle. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just want to say one quick thing, Mr. Kramer, is that I really appreciate it that you handle the budget session very professionally. It was very inclusive. It was informative, and you provided people the opportunity to voice their opinion on how they, meaning all city employees and ourselves, want to spend these public monies. I really, and I think my colleagues here appreciate that, that you organized it very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Doyle? Go ahead.
Again, I see some positions that are sitting there. We can start with, which is over like $225,000 that we have on. One's a new position, is the one that I mentioned for $60,902, a civil engineering designer. From what I understood, you have 2 people there that have been doing a good job. And I don't know if this is a time to be opening positions or putting them or putting our money out there on the budget. You have the other one that's again under your the city manager. You have another $130,518 for a deputy city manager, and then if you go to legal, you have 3 secretaries, and there's another one there that's vacant the position is budgeted, but not being used. So what's all these positions and all this money that's being set aside for this budget? That's my question.
All right, I'll answer those, Mr. Doyle. Those positions were, during our study sessions, they weren't created new, just so we don't mislead anything, but those positions were always set there. The assistant city manager position, I left that open. It's been there for a while. It was before, obviously with Mr. Kissinger retiring in November, that position was left open, vacant. I did not fill that position. It's still there. It is just budgeted. Does not mean that I am going to place someone there, Mr. Doyle, by any means. Because it's budgeted doesn't mean it's an expenditure. So I can easily, if the council prefers for me to close that, I can close that out. I have no problem with that because I am working with 2 people that you guys helped create. I filled the executive assistant position. That was vacant for the year under my auspice of the city manager. I left that position open from the last year or years or whatever you had an assistant. If you want me to close that position as a council, I can certainly do that. I have no problem with that. I believe that Mr. Estes, I don't want to speak for him, but during the budget study session, he did say that he has no problem closing that position for his executive secretary position over there as well. So those two positions, Mr. Doyle, again, they're budgeted. Doesn't mean that he'll fill that position, nor will I fill mine. There's two. Third position, I believe that was under Mr. Guerra's department. Again, I will say this, that with what we're trying to do as far as, let's see, how can I word this? As far as what we're trying to do enforcing the protocol and policies that are in place in his department of people utilizing their land without permits, I wanted to bring more people, another person into that department to start enforcement of that. Even though that position is there, we'll also be working with Mr. Guerra. It doesn't mean that Mr. Guerra is going to be sitting in his office. I've already told him this. He has work boots. He can go out and as well enforce these protocols. Mr. Estes has brought, with the blessing of his boss, we've brought in Rodney State to work for the next 3 Wednesdays with Juan and Hector to enforce the ordinances that are in place, to start obviously then giving out citations to businesses, landowners, or whoever. It doesn't mean that everybody is going to happen all at once, but we're certainly going into the process of enforcing what we have in place. Again, about the communication, this is what we're doing. It was discussed in our budget meeting that I said I was going to be doing this. I think I've told the council many times that I am going to start enforcing what we have in place. There are businesses that aren't following protocols of paving. There are businesses that aren't putting rocks down. There are some landowners that seem to think that they can just excavate and create a storage, which they didn't have a permit to. So by putting that in for Juan, I already told Juan, I'll give you that position, but I expect you to be out there enforcing as well. So to answer your question, Mr. Doyle, that's why I put that position in, not to be somebody sitting in the desk, but somebody to be outside and enforcing what we all want done to be equitable and be fair to everybody in this city.
As long as you do follow up on that, then I got no complaints.
Thank you.
Ms. Montiel, go ahead.
You know, Mr. Kramer, going back to your allocation there, the deputy city manager that you have not filled, I would suggest, you just gave me a good idea. I would suggest you leave the allocation there, and I would suggest that you start looking into a position where we can collaborate with different entities. I just brought it up to the Port Authority about, getting economic development going. And that could be something that you can explore. And I suggest you leave it there so that if you in the future want to hire someone that can assist the city, truly assist the city, someone that's dynamic and knows what they're doing in economic development, has the skill set to hit that. That's the area where we need to really focus on. And so I suggest that, that's just my opinion, that you leave it there just in case you pursue that avenue, which I really highly encourage you to do. So.
Thank you for that. Certainly, I was looking at that avenue as well of being creative with that position. If we leave that funding there, not only working in maybe that avenue, but being, as you just said, being creative of what else could that person do in that position besides doing that, helping even with the grants or the onboarding or whatever we're doing, or be an extension of my office. It certainly can be certainly a position that we can utilize, not just specifically and say, that's my right hand, I don't need that. But you're right, we probably do need that. In fact, we're going to expand to our building down there. It certainly could be a person that's in that offices as well, those offices, not that, those offices as well. So thank you, Councilwoman. I certainly think it's important to leave avenues open for us to be creative of what goes down. It certainly, I know Mr. Doyle was concerned, and I thank you for that, Mr. Doyle, but certainly we can leave it. It doesn't mean that it's going to be an expenditure, but it's something that we could look at and study together. I have no problem with that, and you all know that because Each and every one of you have been in meetings with me, and I'm fine with doing whatever the direction is to help the city. So thank you, Councilwoman Montiel, for certainly doing that, because I think it would be helpful if we go that route. So, thank you.
Any other questions?
I have
Go ahead, Mr. Bonilla.
on this position, Mr. Kramer, code compliance officer. Exactly what's, don't we have people that do that already?
In Juan's department?
Yeah, it's community development.
Oh, yes. No, we have one person. I wanted another one. I decided to put that in there because he was asking for something else. I said, no, you're going to take this one. We do have one person in there. I would like two, just like I want two in Juan's office as well. Again, it's what I just said about the training that we're going to be doing, enforcing the ordinances that I think this city has not been doing in the past.
Okay, and I have another question. For the fire department, you have lease of 3 vehicles for 5 years for $2,176. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are these going to be ambulances or fire trucks or?
3 fire trucks. Just keep shaking your head yes, because I think I got it. 3 fire trucks, and we're doing a down payment that we got a better interest rate. And after 4 years, after that first down payment, they become possession of the city of Nogales. Correct? Yes? Yes.
Okay, thank you.
My last question.
But this all was on the budget before, so certainly it's nothing new. I just want to make sure of that. Because we did so well with the public.
Okay, now go ahead, Mr. Doyle.
The description on this civil engineering designer, in comparison with your senior engineer technician, what's the difference? I know one's a designer, but who's designing?
Well, I think that, again, it's going to be a creative position, Mr. Doyle. I think that whatever we hire that person, there's also on the bottom line is duties and tasks assigned. And since I am the city manager, working with Juan, we can certainly, again, put that person to be helping with enforcement. But if they're not doing enforcement, they will be working with Juan with plans and designing of plans and the engineering. Correct, Juan? Juan's shaking his head yes. So I'm still on the right path.
So does that mean that we're not going to be outsourcing and losing so much money with other engineers?
Which we brought about in the WIFA funds, and Juan will shake his head yes again, and I will say yes, Mr. Doyle, that's the intent as well.
Thank you.
Again, it's about the communication and trying to save money.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
Also, Mr. Kramer, if you could also tell the public that the city is absorbing the 25% increase in the insurance rates. Because, there's always rumors out there, that, we don't take care of employees. And I sit on the board for the insurance. And because, times have changed and the rates for the insurance have increased, like it has for, most Americans, and the city is going to absorb the 25%. So it's no cost to the employee. And you could talk a little bit more about that.
Well, thank you for bringing that up. Of all the things I try to remember, some things I forget. And thank you very much. No, and it is important. Excuse me. Because we were planning to try to give raises. We're going to continue with the incentive pay. That is in the charter for our police and fire departments. That, as I just stated before, that is in the city charter. We are still trying to protect our people that serve, especially in those departments. I did meet with, just so you know, I did meet with the union president for the police department earlier. That's why I was not in the first meeting. Explain what you just said about we're absorbing the cost for the insurance at 25% increase. If we give a 5% raise and we're given a 25% increase on insurance, kind of throws that raise right out the door. So what the council and what we agreed, or at least and they're all shaking their head because, again, our communication is good because I kept them informed. And thank you, Ms. Montiel, for letting us know right away. And certainly Lori and Jean that were there. our insurance rates are going up, and it went up quite a bit. So with that said, we are not going to infer those costs onto employees. Employees will not be having to pay any more on their insurance. Whatever they're paying this year, well, they will be paying next year. We will take those costs. So unfortunately, with that money that we had earmarked, the little bit of raises, we're putting back into there. It does not mean, again, that come time in December or November, if our budget is good, I know in the past, and I'm not putting you guys into anything, I'm tying you into any of this. In the past, there have been year-end bonuses and stuff, and if I feel, along with the budget, how it looks at, maybe we can increase that if it's possible. I'm not guaranteeing anything. I'm not doing this or any of that. I'm just saying, if it's there, we'll do it, but we're going to be fiscally responsible again to the city. So with that said, thank you for bringing that up. Once again, we will be giving the bonuses or the incentive pay to our fire and policemen and women deserve that. And then we will incur the cost of the insurance at no cost to the employees. And hopefully next year, we were told, and I believe you were even told, and I'm going to try to get them to present probably in August, just about what's going on with the insurance. And just a quick, I believe we were told that it should not be more next year, maybe 5%, which we'll budget for. And at that time, hopefully we can give those raises that we've been working on to straighten out the lower tiers as we were talking about, because we definitely want to help those employees in those tiers. So thank you for bringing up the long-winded story. Hopefully I got the facts straight, and they're shaking their head yes. So thank you again.
Any other comment? With that said, do we have a motion on this one?
Yeah.
We had it for the hearing, but
No, I think somebody,
It was just asking questions.
yeah. So let's have a new motion to,
okay, I'll make a motion to accept sí, hazla tú.
Make a motion to approve the fiscal year 26 tentative budget.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Number 9, liquor license. Number 1, consideration possible action of liquor license 2025-9, consideration possible action of liquor license approval of recommendation of the insurance of a special event liquor license application for Reverend Jorge Ricardo Farias Sauceda for the Sacred Heart Parish for an event on June 28, 2025. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Number 2, consideration possible action of liquor license 2025-10, public hearing, consideration and possible action of liquor license 2025-10, public hearing and consideration and possible action to recommend approval of the insurance of a Series 10 liquor license to Royal Road Market, Patagonia Travel Center, job number 346006, 1200 Patagonia Road, Nogales, Arizona, 85621. Can you give us, it's a public hearing, right?
yes. Because this is a permanent liquor license, you don't do a public hearing for the special event ones, but you do a public hearing for the permanent established ones. So it's basically like we did before.
Again,
open a public hearing, accept comments, close the public hearing, and then go on to the motion.
So anybody in the public want to have any discussion or comment on the liquor license for Royal Road Market / Patagonia Travel Center? Seeing none, close this public hearing. Now, do I have motion to pass this this liquor license? Okay, any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Next, I go into executive session. So, all in favor? Aye. Move to executive session with 3 items. session. We'll go back to item 7, discussion possible action on whether the city best interest to continue maintaining a septic acceptance and dumping program or discontinue. Okay. We were in some meetings up in Phoenix a couple of weeks ago, and we talked with ADQ and we talked with IBWC. Obviously, we need to, what's the act? We need to renew a water act. What is it?
Yeah, we're in the process of needing to renew our permit with the ADWQ with regard to the wastewater discharge.
Okay, and with this said, obviously, there's a question, obviously, of what's happened in the past and the things that happened with the septics and the haulers and all that. They're both ADQ and IBWC send us a draft of what we need to do. We looked at the draft, and we're looking at how we could work it. We're looking at what IBWC told us over there. They're wanting to do samples of all the discharge. However, IBWC said that not all samples will be sent to the lab. They're willing to work with us. They're willing to get the samples. We do the samples. They'll know the next day if something was wrong with that load. They'll let us know X hour more or less. X load was contaminated, or everything was good. Everything good. Samples are disposed, and no problem. If there's an issue with the X load, then that load or that sample would get sent to the lab. That sample would go sent to the lab, and let's see if it concurs with what they saw at a treatment plant. With this said, we all talked, okay, who's going to pay for that sample? Who's going to do that? Who's going to do the legwork on sending it and everything? Obviously, it's our responsibility as a city to get those samples in conjunction with the septic haulers. ADQ is willing to put in their notice, and I talked with Mr. Estes on this, on the new contract, that IBWC is aware, and they would accept us holding the samples and sending the samples when something is detected. Talk to both entities, and they're in agreement of that. Now, both entities, ADQ and IBWC, do not have an issue with us continuing. There is some legal issues of us servicing, outside Nogales area and not covering our costs, which is something that I think it's talkable with septic haulers, them with the residents, us with the county, and I've talked to 2 of the 3 supervisors on this, and obviously the city. It's septic, and then getting ADQ together and IBWC, us all sitting down, talking about this issue, working it out, finding a solution. If it's us as a city that we got to increase the rate of receiving the septic haulers to cover and not be misusing funds. That's one. Two, if the septic haulers have to do it through their customers, that's two. Three, who's going to pay for the labs? So, but the only way that I feel that we could work this and find a solution is with all entities coming together, and the main guys that have the say of yay or nay, at receiving the sewage, is IBWC and ADQ. That we have a problem or we don't have a problem. And, I talked to them and they're willing to find a solution, to look for a solution to continue servicing, septics. They have no problem continue servicing septic or us receiving septics. We do have potentially 7% of only Nogales residents. However, there's a little bit more than that, because we discovered that there's some supposedly even in Meadow Hills that are charged for sewage, but have septic. I don't know if they're on the non-users or if they're on the users. But there's some residents in Meadow Hills that have septic. Yes, sir. Yeah, very few, but are they not counted as the 7% or the?
And Mayor, I
Go
just
ahead,
wanted
sir.
to point out to council, if you still have your agenda packets, I forgot to point out that the septic acceptance requirements that ADQ has proposed to the city start on page 54 of your packet. So that's the actual septic acceptance requirements that ADQ is asking for, that the mayor was talking about. And he was talking about specifically item number 7 on that list, which they wanted in their draft permit. They want the city shall sample and analyze each discharge of hauled waste at the point of discharge. And that's where the mayor was talking that they could modify that to have a system in place where all discharges are sampled, and then if there is a hot issue downstream, then we have the ability to go back and sample those
and send that sample to the lab.
Test those samples and determine where that illegal dump came from, so that there's accountability. But that's what ADQ is.
But at what cost, Attorney?
Well, that's Mr. Doe. That's what we need to look at the cost of everything and how the cost is gonna be implemented to each entity.
When can we talk? You've been talking, but none
Wait,
of us have.
because I got the floor.
Okay, keep on going.
Okay, and basically we're just looking at how to work it out, how to find a solution. So if there's a $10 cost, okay, how are we gonna split it? But it's basically talking and looking at a solution. You want to talk, Mr. Doyle?
Yes,
You
sir.
got the floor.
Well, my experience with IBWC during my administration was we ended up in court on 35 different counts. So I'm not that open with IBWC as far as ADEQ. They made us pay a lot of money in the last year. They made us pay a lot of money because of the same reason of contamination over there. And IBWC pointed the finger at us, blamed us. It's the risk factor is too great. It outweighs any benefit. And the thing is that even you know, I understand the septic holders, that it's a business for them, but all you gotta do is pass it on to your residents, to the customers. You know, in other words, if you have to take it to Tucson or take it wherever, Sierra Vista County, or maybe even talk with IBWC, they could open it up there and have a drop there and be reasonable about it. There's a lot of other evidence. Nogales is not the only one. Now, when we gave up the IOI and which we're still, it's still lingering a little, this is just another tie that we don't need with IBWC. We don't need to sit down at the table with anyone. This is like trying to agree that they're going to tell us, oh yeah, you carry the ball. Why doesn't the county open it up? Why doesn't somebody else? Why the city? For us, it's a liability. It's a big liability. We already spend tens of thousands of dollars that could probably even the Goldwater Institute come after us for that because we didn't get compensated for it. And we're not really serving the citizens or the city of Nogales. We're serving a few, but the thing is that I don't like to make deals with IBWC. I don't like IADQ having a loaded gun over me. I don't like these other regulatory agencies telling us what to do when we don't have to do it. That's the whole thing. We do not have to do it. We don't have to carry the risk. We don't have to carry the liability. There's no reason why. And you know what? Nobody loses, because the only thing is the few residents here that they probably do for the city, I'll say it out loud. They have a lot of money. You can add the cost of whatever cost, the increased cost that wherever you take it, they'll pay it. They'll pay it. It's not a big deal. But for us, for them, it's hundreds of dollars. For us, it's in the tens of thousands of dollars. And that's just without the risk of the liability of having a stiff fine over us, a lawsuit. Why all these problems for the city? We're trying to get out of debt, not get more further into debt. But anyway, that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Doyle, and thank you. Remember, when you were mayor, you told me to talk to IBWC, and you put me in forward, and finally, this administration, yes, it's still in limbo, like you said, but we finally agreed. Hold on, we finally agreed that they took over the IOI.
Well, you were trusting in it.
Yeah. Remember, I'm just not wanting to throw it out and without looking for a solution.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the only thing I'm trying to do, Mr. Doyle.
And I said,
I'm just trying to find a solution.
We could bank on it. I don't know.
And that's why we have legal working to find a solution and put it in writing. So it's a win-win for everybody. That's what we're trying to do. Go ahead, Mr. Bonilla.
I have a few questions. If we will vote not to accept any more sewage, where would these companies go and dump their sewage? Where would you have to go and where?
INA and 9 and 10. North Tucson. INA and 910.
All right. So my follow-up question is, because we can't just think about Nogales, we got to think about the entire county. So we have to look at the bigger picture here. What type of impact would it, price-wise, would your customers incur? I mean, are we talking a 40% increase, a 50% increase? Have you calculated that at all?
Time-wise, you're at least double, right?
3 hours round trip.
Before I dumped here, I live on the county line, right? So I do. People would call me to come service their system. I got all of them declining these guys to go cheaper than dumping. That was double of the full pay. And now that I can dump here, I'm half the price. And you have to remember, just because it's not the city, it's all these people that live outside the city, they're spending all their money here. Now, if the maintenance and moving the ground, if they don't have the money to pay $1,000 now for a pump, then they feel good. We're not be spending as much money in the city.
Thank
A lot more than just
and Mr. Bonilla, you know, it's not. Yeah, you know, we have it on the we have it here. You know, for me, I think it'd be more to for me, table it and let's look at it. You know, we don't have to do a decision right now.
Well, I don't want to make a decision either right now based on what we have, but I do.
There's a lot of working materials out there.
Yes,
that we gotta look at.
I agree with that, but and we don't have to make a decision.
Well, first we have to vote on my motion, which was to discontinue.
There is a motion on the table and a second, so there would need to be a call once discussion's over with regard to that motion. If that motion passes, then it passes. If it doesn't, then there can be additional action.
So just for further discussion, Mr. Estes.
What's that?
Can I amend the motion to table?
Well, there's already a motion on the table, so you can't have a competing motion until that one's voted on.
Go ahead, Soto.
You know, like I said right now, we just can't make that decision thinking Nogales. And Mr. Doyle is correct. The history with ADAQ or IBWC has been rocky at best. But if we follow what ADAQ and IBWC has recommended for us to do, then I believe there's actually a big space to compromise, because if we make a rash decision right now, I mean, let's just take a step back right now and let's see what the costs are going to be, what exactly how it's going to work. Yes, I know that in the past we've been sort of blamed for stuff that these companies have brought in, and I don't want to say where it's coming from, but so if IBWC is willing to say, do this, do that, and if we follow it, then I think we should be off the hook as far as, you know, any potential fines, because I wanted to go in a certain direction tonight, but I started to think a little bit, what's going to be the impact? Not, you know, the city of Nogales really is not going to be impacted all that much, but we got to think of our constituents also in the county, and what financial, people were struggling right now. And if we raise these, because if we say no, and then they have to go dump it all the way out there on Nina, they're talking maybe 40-50% increase. So the legality right now is we're going to outweigh, let's make a study session on this, and let's not make any hasty decisions right now.
Here's that I'll bring in, since I can throw some stuff in here. All right.
You done, Mr. Bonilla?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I figured he was. I wasn't trying to interrupt. Yeah, because you went like this to me.
Okay.
So.
Go ahead, Mr. Kramer. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
With what I did my little homework too with, and by the way, I wasn't invited to that meeting until the last minute, and it was in Phoenix. The next one will be held with John Light and myself down here, so we can discuss the further ramifications of what could possibly happen. But the key requirements are, and we're going to have to pass this on then, because there is going to be testing and there's going to be costs. There is going to be more cost if we're going to continue doing this. And I'll just say this, I know you said Bugsy said that the county wants to do it. Well, the county manager.
That they're willing to talk.
Okay, I'll just.
It's not, don't
right.
change.
Well,
they want to discuss.
All right, well, I'll just say the county manager didn't need to discuss. What he told me was that the county was not going to get into this business. I don't know where the discussion is on that. That's the county manager. told me directly. I just wanted to clarify.
Report today?
I didn't talk to him today, Mr.
Okay.
It was yesterday. Does that count?
I talked to him today. He said,
Thank you, Mayor. All right, can I continue?
go ahead, sir.
It's going to be, the thing is, this isn't from the city of Nogales now. What I'm reading is this is going to be the requirements from ADEQ and IWBC. So the city of Nogales is, the council just has to make sure then what the legal said is, we can't just give away us letting you dump, and yet we're paying for the extra costs of, that are going to come with it. So there is probably going to be extra costs. Now you have to make that choice if you need to go up to Pima County on Ina over at that treatment plant. But the city must require all septic haulers to provide detailed information about the source, nature, and type of wastewater delivered. This information must be compiled into quarter reports and shared with ADEQ and USWBIC. Discharge restrictions. Discharges of truck or hauled waste are strictly prohibited except at a city-specific designated location. The city cannot accept waste from non-domestic users unless it has an ADEQ-approved pre-treatment program. And then their pre-treatment, they want biodegradable chemicals used, not chemicals, but biodegradable, meaning like what, so it doesn't interfere what goes on at the treatment plant. Every discharge of hauled waste must be sampled and analyzed at the discharge point, meaning that then our people are going to have to do some extra work. Then also to hold that, so I don't want to pick on anybody, but if somebody dumps that sample, we got to be very careful with it and store it properly. We haven't gotten the requirements on that, but the storage has to be stored then for certain amount of days. I believe it was 180 or 3 months, 90 days, 3 days. I think it was longer than that from what I was reading in here, but I'll keep going. Every discharge of hauled waste must be sampled. Results must be compared to the both haulers' manifest and established pollutant thresholds. If a pollutant country exceeds the thresholds or pollutants are consistent with manifest as detected, the city must refuse future discharges from that hauler, formally then notifying ADQ and USW, that's within 5 days. If industrial users are identified or pollutant levels at a key sampling location exceed the limits, the city will develop and submit a pretreatment program for ADQ approval within 180 days. Twice yearly, the city must sample and analyze wastewater specific manholes. Annual reports of summaries, monitor, and septic discharge data must be submitted by February 28th. Implications to the city will need to establish and enhance systems for tracking, sampling, reporting all hauled waste discharge. That there's more cost to there. That's more cost. That's administrative burden that we're going to take on. Coordination with haulers, ADQ and USW will increase, requiring additional administrative resources. We're going to have to spend more money, the city. Again, yesterday, county manager said again, the county is not interested in doing this. Operational changes on designated discharge location can be used. Waste acceptance contingent upon strict compliance with pollutant thresholds. The city must be prepared to develop an imminent, this is where you're talking, Mayor. City must be prepared to develop and implement a pretreatment program if triggered by industrial user identification or pollutant exceeds. Failure to comply could result in regulatory, what you were saying, regulatory loss, more fees, damages, and fines. So in other words, we're going to have to step it up if we want to continue taking the samples of 90, I'll just say 90, I'll give you that 3% even. If we're going to take 90% of the Santa Cruz County, not the city of Nogales, even though the Santa Cruz County government at this time, at least with the county manager, does not want to get into that business. So having further discussions, probably, yes. What's the cost going to be? Because you guys want to know those costs. You're going to want to know what you're going to have to charge if you're going to dump here, to be fair to them, to be fair to the city, because the city doesn't want to infer the cost associated with that. We're not in the business of losing money. We're in the business of breaking even and letting you know what those exact costs are and how the program will be. So with that said, I don't have any disagreement there. I don't have any disagreement with further discussion. But I'm just saying is, we have to know the exact amounts of what it's going to be. Do we want to stay in the business? Again, I'll try to bring that back to you as soon as I get that. as soon as I sit down with Mr. Light and we get further discussion in this next meeting, because again, this is an administrative thing that I probably should have been in part of that discussion, but nevertheless, our attorney was, and that's fine. There could be 3 of you that if we have it down here, that I will invite the mayor and 2 of you, Mr. Doyle, whoever else is interested, to come to that meeting because that's important. So then we have a further discussion on this. I'm not saying yes or no, but I'm trying to be fair to the haulers because you are business people in this area. I understand that. We are providing a service to the county residents that the county, again, I'll specify, the county is not providing that service. So, Mr. Doyle, I'm not discounting what you wanted to do, none of that. Mayor, again, that's what I was trying to bring up, again, what you said, and I'm just saying, and if the county manager would have stayed, I'm sure he would probably have said the same thing right now. They're not in the business of doing this. Because like Mr. Doyle, like you said, they don't want to get in that business. Nobody wants that business. And hopefully, eventually, the city of Nogales will not even be in charge of that because it will be all the feds, including our wash, which I'm working on, by the way, because I can tie that in. So with that said, thank you. I had the floor. I just wanted to clear up some of the administrative stuff, procedures that I'm trying to work on, that if I can get involved in it, I will. But if I'm left out in the back there, then I really can't work for the council, can I, as your city manager?
Go ahead, Mr. Doyle.
Yes, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager, for saying all the things you said. But the reason I put it is because I represent the city of Nogales and its citizens and its residents, not Rio Rico. That's not my concern. It's the citizens of Nogales. And how we spend the money here in the city is my concern because that's what represents them. To see a lawsuit come down and it hits the city, to see fines hit us, and it's all because of our decision making. Now, I know you're city manager, but we're the representatives of the people, and I'm going to vote my conscience to represent our citizens first. And I believe that everything can be worked out somewhere else without involving the city. There's no reason why the city has to be tied up with meetings and federal agencies and state agencies and State Department agencies. And it's like, why? We don't even have to sit in the table with them. You know, that's if they don't get together with the county or even IBWC can open up the plant so they can drop off there. Let John Light take care of it. Anyway, that's my I'm here to defend Nogales and its citizens because they're the ones that put me here to protect them, the citizens of Nogales, and that's what I'm doing.
Mr. Doyle, can I make a question to you?
Yes, sir.
What are you going to tell the 10% that do have septic tanks in Nogales?
I'm going to tell them to pay their due. Not the city of Nogales.
Thank you.
I have a question. What are we doing? Are we going to vote on this, table it? Where are we at?
Right now, hold on, Miss. But
Procedurally, there's a motion on the table in a second. You can, if the individual who made the second can withdraw the second, and then there would need to be another second. If there's not another second, then it would fail for lack of second, and then there could be an additional motion. If the individuals who seconded it wants to maintain the second, there can be a vote on the motion. And depending on how the motion goes, if it fails, then you could have additional motions. If it passes, then that's the direction.
Explain what the motion.
The motion is to stop accepting septic dumping at the location.
So before I just like
go ahead, Mr. Correa.
All of us here were elected to protect our constituency in the city of Nogales, but we need to take a step back and look at the like I said earlier, the bigger picture. Is there leeway with IBWC and ADAQ? Absolutely. Once we do all the work as far as knowing how much it's going to cost, maybe it's not viable for these companies, but I believe that we need to give them that option before we do anything. Because yes, I understand, Councilman Doyle, that we were elected to protect the interests of the city of Nogales. Do I really want to continue in this business? I'll be honest, not really. But there's always that but, and I have to be a little bit sensitive to our surrounding community, and what are the repercussions going to be? So maybe once we get everything in line, how much it's going to cost, maybe it won't be even viable for these businesses to do business with the city of Nogales. But I think that they should be afforded that opportunity. And for the record, do I really want to continue in this business? No, but I'm just trying to look at the bigger picture here. And plus that 10% here from our constituents also. So with that said, I'd like to withdraw my second.
Thank you.
Is there another second?
Another second?
I second.
Okay.
So there's a motion and a second. If you want further discussion, then you can have further discussion, or you can call a question.
You guys have any further discussion? Go ahead,
Again,
Mr. Doyle.
my past experience, if ADEQ wants to return some of the money we lost because of what they put on us, then, we could always open up because that means that they're coming to sit on the table and they're going to be honest. But we incurred a lot of costs that I can tell ADEQ right now that unless they return that money, they reimburse it, why should I trust them? Why should I trust IBWC when we went to court on 34 or 35 counts? And luckily we won them all because they don't deal the way if they would have been honest, we wouldn't have won all those counts in court. I go by past experience, and I don't want to get problems of big lawsuits and all. It's not about sitting down and anything can happen in a week, in a month. Anything can happen. We can get another fine, another lawsuit, another problem. Why? When we don't have to provide that service. And that's why I'm against it. It's not about the businesses. Businesses always find a way to survive. They pass a cost. It's the same way you're in the business. President Trump wanted to pass his tariffs. You were ready to do what you had to do. And that's the way business is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
I call it a question.
Hold on. Go ahead. You want to make a comment?
Well, Kangaroo court, Mayor?
No, Mayor.
Well, I still keep I keep the title forever. We're going to be mayor forever.
Okay. Can I let him? Can I hear?
Yeah, it's an agenda item and it's open to public comment.
Go ahead.
If the public want to comment, then
go ahead.
Allow the public to comment, and then
please.
Well, let's follow the precedent then.
That's what I'm doing.
The public always has a right to interview.
Mr. Doyle, please. Thank you, sir. Go ahead. Make a comment.
If you're going to comment, you need to stand up at the mic and state your name and address so it can be recorded and it's part of the record.
Good evening to everybody. So, Mr. Doyle, with all due respect,
state your name and address for the record.
My name is Rodolfo Carranza. I hear you that you're coming about these past lawsuits and grudges that you have with ADQ, and I'm curious to ask you what are they about, and if it involves us septic haulers in the past. That you're obviously very mad with them, and that the city has lost a lot of money. But I'm wondering if it involves us, because we have already been sampled for, I think it was 6 months, if I'm not mistaken, and no load was contaminated. Now, Mr. Bonilla here mentions that we're taking the blame for something that is, I'm not going to speak something that I don't actually know, but millions of waters of gallons come across the border every day. There's no regulations over there, and there's a lot of industrial waste coming this way. So it's like we just spit on that, us septic haulers, because we don't dump not even close to 100,000 gallons of water a week, let's say, or waste. So, I mean, I don't know if these past lawsuits or when ADQ made you lose a lot of money for the city, if it's involving us.
Can I answer that question?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it does, because that's the reason they say that most of the pollutants that they feel are coming are from other sources than from over there. So they have, what they do is, we're the guinea pigs, we're the scapegoats, we're the ones, even though the contamination might come, like you said, from Mexico, right? You said,
yeah.
And I believe I believe that's right. I do believe that the contaminants come more from Mexico than maybe the sources that you drop. Yes, there's some contamination sometimes because you all don't know exactly what you're pulling out. You don't know exactly what they dumped into the septic system or into those porta potties, no? So anyway, the thing is that when IBWC starts pointing the finger and saying, oh, now Nogales is contaminating us because they're doing this, ADEQ then starts to step in with their rules and regulations in their favor. And we have to spend over $50,000, $60,000 on doing now. That's, last year we had to do more testing, and it cost us. It cost us because because they point the finger, and the only really contaminants that we can say is what's being dumped when we don't know. That's why they want testing. But what I'm saying, if you understand my point of view, we're sitting here as a councilman representing the citizens of Nogales, is wait a minute, why do we even have to do that? Because you represent, of course, you pick up mostly outside the county. Now, does anybody ever go to Sierra Vista to drop? It's a little closer.
They only accept like 2,000 gallons.
I'm sorry.
They only accept like 2,000 gallons a day, and it's first come, first served. So you have to show up, and then one of the list of people already accept.
And then does Tucson only have one drop-off point?
There's also Busy D.
Isn't there one in Valencia somewhere up on the east side?
East Tahoe.
It's on the there's one on the east side. Okay. So anyway, I'm just saying that you don't go out of business if it closes. Your costs go up, by having to go. But again, that's understandable. Somebody comes from Tucson or Green Valley to clean out a septic tank, they're going to charge more for their service. And that's what I'm saying is, yes, we do get the finger pointed at us just because the septic haulers are involved. And that's John Light uses that as a reason. And then there goes ADQ joining him. They have more say so than the city of Nogales, and they're not happy that we beat them on court so many times. You got to be realistic. That's the size of it. I don't want to say any more, but that's why I feel the way I do.
So it's not only cost-wise, because you're talking about time here as well. It's
I mean, part of the business. You have to add on those extra costs to whoever your customers are.
Yeah, but I mean the time. I mean, it's not a 20-minute drive, to Tucson with traffic and all that.
So
we don't have big tanks to deposit the waste and then take it, as a one trip. I mean, we're gonna have to make several trips over there. We pay the city the charging fee. So I think that we have the right, like Mr. Bonilla here said, what would be the cost-wise for the samples? None of the samples that were taken from us over all that period of time were contaminated. So I mean, we're trying to help out the community here. We're giving the service to the community around here. I don't know, you're saying they have a lot of money. That's pretty easy to say. It's not. I mean, some families don't.
No, I'm not talking about Rio Rico. I'm talking about the people here in Nogales that are on septic.
Oh, they have a lot of money?
They do. They live in
Really?
metal.
I don't have a lot of money.
Well, okay.
We just service.
Okay, all right. Well, if that's the game you want to play, that's fine.
No.
No, I'm serious.
It's not a game.
It's not. They don't. Most septic tanks aren't cleaned out. About it. What? How many years does it pass by before?
Every 3 years.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay.
So that's all.
All right. You got a comment, Ms. Melendez?
Mayor, I'm sorry. No. Oh, okay. I think we should table it. I don't know.
You want to take off your second motion, Ms. Parra?
That was my question, Mr. Estes. Did I do the second motion to table it or to vote?
Well, we got a motion. Mine's dying too because I'm talking too much. I don't like to talk. We've got a motion, a second, and then there was a call, the question. So we should do the vote, and depending on how the vote goes. Somebody called for the question.
I did, but I didn't finish doing it because.
Okay.
So I didn't call on the question. For the record.
I'm just trying to follow the Robert's rules. So, okay, then you can withdraw your second if you would like to.
Again, I was going to mention to the attorney. I guess the proper thing is to just vote on it, and then whatever happens, if we need to take the next step on whatever else the council wants, another council member wants to do. Whatever. That's
Or Ms. Parra could
If she wants to withdraw.
withdraw her second.
She has.
Then
Then the motion would fail for lack of second if nobody else seconds.
and then we make a motion to table.
Make a motion to do something else.
So if I withdraw, it's not. If I withdraw, it's not
We don't vote on it.
table it, right?
No, we
I don't
don't.
want to table it.
Oh, you don't want to table it?
No, I don't. I thought we were going to
I
vote.
thought,
Monday.
okay.
I guess the question, Mr. Doyle, you had, and I'll answer that. If it fails to pass or whatever, I don't have a vote in this. I will just say, as I stated in my early statements, I'm still going to do my due diligence and research. And if it means that, again, I have to save money for the city, we'll come back and look at this. And by the way, I know you called him that, but I call him Mr. Maleta. I just said Bugsy because that's what you called him, but I say Mr. Maleta, just for the record. Anyway, with that said, Mr. Doyle, and to answer your question, yes, the wash is a concern, and we also get stuck on that as the city of Nogales. But that's a separate issue from what we're talking about because ADEQ looks at that as a separate issue because it doesn't interfere with what you guys are doing, just so you know, because then that wash doesn't go into what you guys are doing with the dumps, just so you know. I know what's going on there, and we do know what's going on, and the feds know what's going on in ADEQ, but that we can't answer that question right now. We don't have an answer for that one, just so you know on that. I just want to answer that too. But certainly, Mr. Doyle, I'm not discounting what you're saying, or any of you. I'm going to come back and say that, Mr. Doyle, you're not wrong. None of you are wrong on this. I just want to say that if we're going to do it the right way, then I will do it the right way. I will bring back the costs, exactly what ADQ is actually going to say on this permit, what these guys and ladies have to do with the dumping, and if they have to infer more costs and put it on to the residents of Rio Rico, 93%, I still say 93 because that's been the last 3 months, then those residents of Rio Rico are going to have to pay for it. What option do they have? And then Nogales will pay 70% more. Whatever, that's again, those.
Where would it come?
That's Santa Cruz County. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the rest of Santa Cruz County. All right.
My only comment, like Mr. Kramer said, it's, we need the cost. We need to look at the numbers further. And I think it's kind of harsh to just do the shut off right now. And, we need to look at it, and hopefully you agree. With that said,
So everybody's clear as to what's on the table. There is a motion.
And I guess all of us have to vote our conscience. Again, I'm, like I said, I represent the citizens of Nogales.
Okay.
I stated my case, that's fine.
I just
However anybody else wants to vote, that's fine. But I just want the citizens of Nogales that I, as their councilman, standing up for them, because I don't trust IBWC and I don't trust ADEQ.
Okay.
So go ahead.
So procedurally, just so I can clarify, what's on the table is a motion to stop accepting septic dumping by the city. So we got a motion, we got a second. If the second wants to withdraw and there's no.
Why don't you twist their arm?
I'm explaining the process, Mr. Doyle. If the second is withdrawn, which is every council member's right to withdraw a second if they want to, then someone else would need to second. If it's not seconded, then it fails for lack of second. Then any other council member could make an additional motion, which could include whatever you want. It could include a work session. It could include additional information. It could include whatever. That's just what's on the table right now. And that's your decisions.
So right now, if
I withdraw my second.
Thank you. Anybody else for a second? Nope.
No, I stood for
Okay.
the citizens of Nogales.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Doyle, I'm going to say this one, and I'll say one more time. I'm not going to just let this go. I'm going to bring back all the data just for the city of Nogales. I'm not bringing in the county because the county already told me they don't want anything to do with it. So with that said, it will be about the city of Nogales and residents. I know you said you don't, but right now I'm playing with the cards I'm dealt with, what ADQ gives me, and what IWBC gives me. And that's what I'll do for the city. I'll bring this back when I have all the information, and you guys will certainly see that. And if we have your addresses here, we'll certainly provide you whatever in writing to all of you companies as well. To be fair to everyone, to be the fair residents of the city of Nogales.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. With that said, I move to table this.
Make a comment?
Go ahead.
And just so that the citizens can know, and you can know too, that the county is not willing to work with us in this situation either, just so you'll know. It's like Mr. Doyle says, he's got a good point too. We're facing a lot of liability here, and we're willing to work and not just stop the program from one day to the other. But also the county, for me, it's like, they also need to work with the city in regards to this too. We can't incur all this cost all the time. And in representing the constituents, like Mr. Doyle says, yeah, we have to represent the other 90-some% that live in the city of Nogales. That's who voted us in here. So he brings up a very good point. I can see his frustration. But we're trying to be civil, and we're trying to be kind of fair and compromise and see what Mr. Kramer comes up with. But just so you'll know, the county's not willing to work with us because they know that it costs a lot of money. They know that.
Mr. Mayor, I just also want to point out to council that there is currently a city code section 19-142, entitled Septic Disposal, which is a current city code which has requirements for septic haulers to obtain permits and stuff from the city that needs to be complied with, regardless of the decision to move forward or not. That code provision needs to be complied with. I don't think it's been followed much in the past, but just moving forward, those permits we'll need to implement those permits, and that also limits, if you don't have certain other things in place, that limits, which are current permit limits anyways, that what is dumped there is domestic only. It cannot be commercial. It cannot be porta potties. It cannot have any other chemicals. It has to be domestic only.
I said that earlier, and we're certainly going to work on that. And I did run that through ADQ and Mr. Light, and we would have to. That's something we'd have to work out with I do have the list of them
Yeah, they're talking
in front
about,
of me. If we can show proof, and we'll work on something.
they're talking about bio,
Yes, bio, yeah.
organic,
I did send that to somebody.
yeah.
But that would be part of the renewed permit. It's not part of the current permit